You're definitely gonna be buying the LiDAR camera in the next few years. I can.
Hit us with another
It's so
pose.
expensive. I'd rather just get the VR gear because then I can
True.
also play VR games.
True.
Is that the only pose you have?
I got this one.
That's terrifying. That's when people complain that you don't have a face cam. I've seen these. You did that. You've done a lot of like
Yep.
JRPG kind of, not JRPGs, but weird. I started recording ages ago. There's no intro. That's Yosis over there. That's Lighty, the bald Eggman, and then this is Snap here, who actually has the most professional webcam setup out of everyone here, which is a little bit weird considering the rest of you are actual streamer people. No offense, Snap. I don't consider myself a streamer person either because I'm shit, as you can tell.
I show up, I show up, we play, like week or two, and then we, take a break, we come back. So yeah, I'm definitely not like a regular streamer type person.
You probably pull more views than me.
I don't know. I actually don't look at my numbers. I'm not definitely not like a full-time streamer or anything.
Humble
So
bragger over here.
Neither am I anymore, so that's fair.
Yeah, Lighty got a job.
Yeah.
Poor man.
Kind of.
You getting
I've
paid
been
for that?
employed the whole time.
I am, yes.
Is that
But
the
I
only-
can't talk about it.
Oh, you can't talk about it. You know, it's...
No.
Wait, Snap, have you ever signed an NDA?
I did for last Epoch, not for PoE.
Damn it. So everyone here signed one except me? I can say everything about all the illegal shit I've been doing.
I mean, every game I've ever worked on, you have to sign NDAs for.
Yes, I'm sure the police would invite you to say all the
Yeah.
illegal stuff you.
Well, the ironic thing is all the illegal things I did do was inside the federal police building. They just never made me sign anything. Maybe they already know. I'm on all the cameras when I was sneaking around at midnight.
This is not legal advice, but I would advise you to not admit to crimes on camera and then post it on the.
It was in Minecraft.
It wasn't in Minecraft. You know they have like thermal cameras in there? It's terrifying. I mean, it's really cool, but it's like spooky. It's like straight out of that. You know how like in... I'm derailing it already. We didn't even start Pee-wee. You know how in like Mission Impossible when they break into the CIA or whatever and there's like fresh pressure sensitive floors? They have that here in like the police buildings. It's crazy.
Also, temperature sensitive floors.
Oh, I didn't ask.
Specific scene.
They had a...
Okay.
They said they could see me on thermal cameras, but they didn't say anything about the floor thing. But they showed me like a little map when I got off on the wrong floor of an elevator, basically. And
I thought you were saying you didn't ask to me, responding to you.
No.
As if
I think it would be really funny. I think it would be really funny if
Didn't
they just
ask.
told visitors, like, yeah, we have thermal cameras, we have LiDAR, we have pressure-sensitive floors. They're just lying.
Geiger counters.
No, they showed me like they had a it was literally only one security guard for the entire building, and one of the floors is the entire federal police. I'm just, if anything, this is an audit. Like they need more security guards. If I can just stumble onto like the highest of high like police in Australia, our government shit. Anyway, podcast episode. I don't know. Mirage season. Snap over here made some sort of video after, I don't know if he was intending to do it like outright, you just felt shit and you wanted to do it, or you saw Fubguns one, you're like, I'm going to do this as well, but way better.
I mean, it's definitely something I've been thinking about a lot, and I think I've been wanting to make a video like that for quite a while, actually, and it was kind of ever since like the Scarab changes in Necropolis, because I'm like a huge hater of the current Scarab system, and I definitely like had a few gripes. I want to try and communicate in a long form video like that. So
what's wrong with the current Scarab system?
I think there's a lot. I go over it a tiny bit in that video, but I think like the current Scarab system allows like mechanics to get multiplied like way out of control, and it's like really tough to balance like the current Scarabs because it makes mechanics. My main broad point is like mechanics at the baseline are like super unrewarding, and there are just like certain Konami code combinations you can use with Scarabs, and if you do like the right combination, it's just like way too OP. Like, and the disparity is like a little too high. In PoE, we like disparity, we like the high-end farming strats to be rewarding, but it's like, it feels excessive, right?
The gulf is huge, right? I mean, to that point, even in solo self-found, you have because of the value of the scarabs, like you're saying, in the highest in specific combinations, you get this weird thing where oftentimes you won't engage with certain forms of content unless you could utilize the highest form of scarabs, because you just get that Grand Canyon of experience between what it feels like on a baseline and what it feels like the highest version of it.
I mean, in PoE we like that, right? We like there being a disparity in the mechanics, but I feel like the gap used to not be this large. It's kind of crazy right now how it is, I think.
When it was sextants, was it less, I'm going to hoard them until I get enough that I want in SSF? Like, you just used them as you went? Or was it still like, I want to farm a certain thing, I'm going to save up enough sextants, roll them a bunch until I get what I want?
You use them when you... on average, I would say use them more. Just kind of as you got... Like, now, I wouldn't... It's hard to say a specific example, but, like, for example, like, Bloodline Scarabs. Like, no way am I using a Bloodline Scarab in Solo Self-Found unless it's at, like, whatever the highest fidelity setup of the Bloodline Scarabs would be. Because there's a lot of the setup to SSF in endgame is farming out the Scarabs then using the Scarabs. So that's just, like, adding time pressure to that loop, kind of.
Could this just be because you are proficient at the game, though? Like, because you know of the best way to use the Scarab, then you're definitely going to save for that. Versus,
if you're ignorant to what, not like ignorant, but if you don't, ignorant is bliss in this scenario. If you don't know what you're not using, then you won't know that you're not missing out on it, I guess, to a degree. And
it's SSF, you shouldn't have to compare. Like, it's not like, oh, I'm some other guy, Manny or whatever, is doing really well in SSF because he's got this cool strat. I'm going to save my Scarabs now and then try and get what he's doing and then do what he's doing. But you shouldn't, because you're in SSF and the grass is always green. It doesn't matter. You don't have to compare yourself.
Except, like, to that point, it's the results are like heavily replicatable when you utilize the setups in the correct way. So, like, whether it's like the previous iteration of like the Alva situation with like the Gaul and the evolving shrines, like, even in like a medium sample size of utilizing that in that way, you'll get kind of like markedly obvious results that are replicatable. So it's like it's not, there's not, like, the level of FOMO isn't crazy, but it's just, if you do save these whatever Scarabs in whatever situation for these specific combinations, and you do like execute them as they're being described in whatever guide, you will get pretty similar results. So I guess that's like a level of FOMO, but that's all, again, only if you look for it. If you have no idea what's happening out there, then it doesn't matter.
What if we all agree to just, when you get a Scarab drop, just throw it in the map device with Abandon? Just use all of your Scarabs the instant you get them, without any regard to the combination.
The B side of that design philosophy is, in a world where there is no map currency or map augmentation currency like a Scarab, and maps just generate with this crazy wide array of things, then you just get a map and then see what it does. Like, that could have been a universe that PoE went down. In some games, doing that thing,
Would it be like Bubble Blaster or whatever, where you can see like the queue of maps coming up and you can plan ahead, or would it be like current PoE where you just spam zones?
Because you could prepare for it then. If you saw, like, Snap can speak to this. I'm curious what he would say, but like, if you could see 10 maps ahead and see that, in 10 maps I'm gonna get, like, a map is gonna naturally generate that's 300 quantity with all the bells and whistles, like, that could be, I don't know if that's more or less exciting than you purchasing and preparing that scenario, and the method.
And actually, I think this kind of thing actually existed a little bit in PoE 2, if I could talk about it, because like the meta, at least last league, not in 0.4, because it was temples, but before then the meta was you were running the towers where you jump around, and you were looking for the corrupted zones that you'd cleanse into like the purified zones or whatever. And the meta was you just running like terrible map, and then you would get the juice, and it was just crazy. But then you'd clear the zone, you'd clear the purified area, and then you go back to terrible map. It was a really, really bad gameplay loop, in my opinion, because like 90% of the maps you're running were just like empty, and you're just trying to complete as fast as possible so you could get to the next juice, and it felt really bad. In my opinion.
I mean, that's the exact same thing as like people hunting loot goblins to try and get like an MF color to come in and blow up their map and give them like 150 divines. It's like trying to find the perfect balance between absolute tedium and they enabled us to get this juice, and so we're gonna go get that juice, and we're gonna get as much juice as we physically can.
Do you think the terrible map, kind of like the 9 terrible maps, 1 good map? I'm just gonna play devil's advocate, right? Because why not?
Mm-hmm.
But couldn't you argue that is you farming the currency in trade, like doing 9 maps to purchase the 10th map of experience?
It might end up taking the same amount of time and effort, but like psychologically, it feels much worse, I would say.
Yeah.
But if they like buff generic ground loot, which they are going to do, and if they perfectly balance and fix the game to the way that players want, where it's like everything feels kind of okay, and occasionally you get this RNG spike of dopamine, isn't it just the exact same thing? I mean, sure, you'll be playing the layout that you like, so it's not a terrible map. Maybe it's like a consistent, fun gameplay experience. But after enough time, if it just boils back down to eventually you're going to hit an RNG dopamine thing, isn't it just the exact same thing in like a different trench coat?
I think the reason why it felt so bad in PoE2 is because you literally didn't care about like clearing the map at all. I guess it was just you literally are trying to spend as least amount of as time as possible going straight to the rares and just clearing the map as fast as possible. Like you were just discarding the maps, like scouring them. You weren't rolling them or whatever. You weren't engaging with any other system, right? You were just trying to simply clear it as fast as possible so you could go back to what you think is like the norm or like the normal mapping, right? Which was the corrupted cleanse zones or whatever.
So it's like knowing versus not knowing. You know those maps are going to be boring as fuck.
Yeah, they're going to be terrible.
The 10th one or whatever is going to be fun.
It's going to be great.
You're going to get your rewards. But if it was perfectly balanced and any map could give you your dopamine thing, then it's like, I'm actually having fun in the anticipation. And versus like if you were doing current or last league PoE ambush farming or whatever, you're like in there consistently knowing eventually I'm going to get my div and then it's going to dupe and then I'm just going to spend that and keep doing it and eventually I'll get my div and it's going to dupe and it's like a tedium boring thing because it's like a predicted outcome, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Fuggun brought this up in the video he made, right? He's like the prevalence of loot tiles kind of like makes the loot a little less exciting, I think, because you just like kind of know what you're getting in a way. Which
there was so there's a support gem, one of the limit 1 support gems in PoE2, Rockiatus Flow, I think it's called, where it treats enemy resistances as inverted. And so this is like the most powerful one in the game. It's really, really expensive. It drops from one specific map boss that's only in the ocean biome. And I went the whole league just going as far as I could trying to find water biomes and looking for this specific map and never found it.
Have fun?
It's just going in branching paths and searching for specific loot tile and then never finding it. I guess it's like sort of like finding all in Delve and then just never finding the whole league.
Isn't like sorry, go ahead. No, yeah, you do.
I was just gonna say it's kind of strange because, you know, like technically speaking, any instance that even generates loot from the base pool could be the largest jackpot experience, because like a barrel can drop a mirror, but you're never even going to consider it, and there's a reason why people don't click destructibles on average, right? But like, you know, we would blow through the 9 shit maps in PoE2 to get to the one juicy one, because like the average loot is going to be substantially worse. But not even considering like the jackpot snares, like an Astramentus could have, you know, whatever, when that was the rarest thing, like the 60,000 to 1, whatever, that could have dropped from any of the bad maps. But it's just like not even a consistent thought, I think, in the average player's mind that that's going to be an outcome.
Like, yeah,
player
sure,
psychology.
Pop a mirror, a white map, but
Yeah.
it's never going to happen. So I have completely discounted the possibility.
Just interesting, like that's. But I agree. I think that way as well. But that is, yeah, like you're saying, snap at psychology.
Yeah, player psychology matters a lot. I mean, they might not always be right, but how they feel is important, I guess.
Isn't having like a good div card in the map kind of like the ideal situation then? Like if every map had a high value div card, then any map you run has the potential, more so than like dropping a mirror or something, more so to give you an eventual payday. But then again, it comes back down to like the base level of quant or loot or map drops or whatever.
It's interesting because this is technically like labeling a map with a loot tile that says, hey, this map has loot in it. But I find that I do enjoy maps having good div cards.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to explain that. It kind of is hypocritical with everything that we just said, but I do actually like, oh, this map drops these 4 div cards and that one's really valuable. I'm like, ooh, I'm going to get that div card.
Even if it's a shit layout and a shit map.
And you'll probably never see that div card, even if you ran 1,000 maps, unless you were doing something specific to further that, you know, on
so
like on
what
average.
I'm learning here is that you have to trick me into having fun. And if you make it too obvious, right? Then you don't trick me.
That's the genre, I think, almost to a degree.
I did touch on div cards in the video I made, but I really dislike how the new like pools are with the new div cards because if you aren't, I feel like the drop rate on div cards is so low if you're not using any of the div scarabs and you're not doing like a div card of plenty strategy. It's just like you're really never going to see those div cards, in my opinion. There's just like, and the pools are also watered down a little bit. They're not as powerful as they was before. If you think of like old Crimson Temple or old Defiled Cathedral, the div card pools were like a lot better. They had a lot more powerful cards. It's a lot weaker now.
What do you think about the Keystone? The non-local drop 2 Keystone.
So I don't see how this is any good, right? Because the way I understand it is it chooses any map on your atlas, and the value you'd extract on simply running a map with Apothecary is so much higher than like 100 other maps combined. Like, because a lot of them just have bad cards to begin with. So I just don't see anybody using that Keystone, to be honest.
So to that point, so I was talking to someone about this, and I was saying that like oftentimes even in SSF, the large portion of your higher value div cards might just come from stack decks, regardless, just depending on what content you're generating. And previously, Verisium still is giving to, unless it's changed, giving stack decks when being sent in Settlers. And Verisium, and that's being swapped now to give currency, and then equipment is what's being given, or the crops are now giving the div cards potentially if being sent to the same place, and you can now generate crops much with like not faster but with cheaper cost. So you could be potentially sending boats to the Calgarian locations for just div cards passively all day.
Is that
in Settlers?
Like, I feel like that's not a major impact on trade because stack decks are essentially worthless, and because of how when they change them, like to not drop the boss cards as well.
More to the point of just like how many div cards are being introduced in your experience from that Keystone versus you just sending crops, I think would be like a wild ratio.
Is the Keystone you get double the amount of div cards, not like in the pool, but in the drops?
I think they just double.
The way div card works with the pool is there's a certain amount of weighting in PoE that are when you drop an item, there's not, let's say, like 8 million numbers that an item can roll, and div cards take up, let's say, like 500 of that. And depending on the weighting of the div cards, it gets like the pool gets either larger or smaller, right? It gets added on top, basically. And so when you have 2 maps of eligible div cards, there's a larger total number of weighting of items that can drop, and therefore, like, you're seeing twice as many div cards effectively.
Right, but it's not like now that we've enabled 2 maps worth of div cards into this one map, you are gonna make you drop twice as many div cards as well. It's not like
that is how it works effectively.
I don't know. Okay, I thought it was just.
I think
we just give you the pool, but not the.
Was made for me.
Oh, what's that?
I get a div card drop. I'm happy. It doesn't need to be a valuable one. I'm like, hey, a div card. I had to. I said on a previous version of this that a previous episode of this that I was glad that Neversink finally hid the lowest, cheapest div cards from the default filter, because I was picking up every single crow, every single the lovers.
You can move up
the lover.
You can move up a strictness, right? There's multiple strictnesses.
I have thus far not changed anything in the Neversink loot filters. I have not used any of the customization.
No, not even custom. Like, once you've picked up your 500th lover card, you can go up a strictness. He's got like 8 different versions of the filter.
Oh yeah, I go up a strictness.
Okay. But why would he?
Yeah, he's enjoying himself.
In the ones that I was usually running, it used to not hide div cards at all, and I would pick up every card.
Yeah. It's the biggest. I think if I had this Keystone on, I wouldn't even know it was working 95% of the time. That's my problem with it. Because it would just never see the result.
If you hide 90% of div cards because they're worthless.
Definitely do, yeah.
Then it doesn't reduce the other loot that you get. It would just feel like nothing happened.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Is I would when I would allocate this Keystone, I would assume to see a noticeable more amount of div cards, but it just wouldn't really be.
Would it be better if they were in the old system where it was the map tile set determined what div cards you got, instead of just it's a map, you get 4 types of div cards? Like, there were some maps that gave 2 types of div cards and some maps gave 12.
It would be better if it replaced my div card drops with 2 stack decks. I think I'd like it more then.
You can go crop farming now, lady. Farm some gold, hang out
I
in King's
will.
March.
I will crop farm because there's no reason not to. That's the main thing.
Depending on the economy, on average, if it did just like instead of double div cards, but it's a random div card, if it did just drop 2 stack decks in trade, at least that is usually more valuable.
Would you like maps if they gave a guaranteed just full stack of a div card, any div card? Most of the time, it would be complete shit. You'd get lover sets or whatnot. But
that's just the Keurig, the old Keurig mission.
No, the old Keurig one was abusable because it would be a full stack of the div cards in that map. But I'm just saying,
you want
anything.
Every map boss drops a void.
Yeah, just give me a void. But instead of it being a void, it's just whatever's in the void card, and it just throws it on the floor.
Like pre-void or post T17 void, because they're very different voids.
Whichever one's good, because I don't know the difference.
All right, neither of them.
Maxing.
Yeah. Yeah, the gambling parts, I mean, that's obviously the part that's more enjoyable, even for me. I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on Settlers as a whole, even though that could be a 4-hour discussion in itself.
I'm not a huge fan.
I fucking hate it personally. That's why I'm curious.
I mean, for me, I don't personally engage with it because I think it is like among the most unfun thing in the game. I feel like you should be rewarded for playing the game. I don't know if that's controversial or whatever, but I think the change they did to make shipping require ore is at least a step in the right direction for sure. I do think they still need to also make mappers require ore in some capacity, because then the mapper should also require you to have to go and engage with settler in the map. I think that's a thing that should definitely be there. Like, I don't think you should just be able to get gold and run the mappers infinitely. I think you should also have to engage with settler in some capacity to make, to have those ongoing things, personally.
Not to like pigeonhole you into one answer in this question, but would you rather them keep reworking settlers, or just like, do you think the concept of settlers in Path of Exile is like the juice worth the squeeze of that as a design? Like, do you think that that's benefiting the game more than it's causing a detriment?
For me personally, my opinion is they should literally just remove it. I think it's such a terrible place in this game, but I'm also willing to see how the changes will shake out when they just make it need ore to function. I think I'm willing to kind of see if it'll be less of a problem before they do something radical about it, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I think the changes this league are definitely a step in the right direction at the very least.
I tend to agree. I think it's like the game needs gold sinks if it's going to have gold, right? There needs to be something to spend your gold on.
Yep.
To your point about gold plus map equals loot, and you don't have to do anything and it doesn't cost ore, like that just translates to gold being loot, and then you might as well just have a vendor that random currency. And so having it require ore, I think I agree is a step in the right direction, because you have to actually mechanic way out of it.
I was going to say you could make it so you have to feed your mappers by farming crops for them to, but then that's just another, it's just a gold sink into another gold sink, and there's still no actually having to play the game.
No, you have to do a Breath of the Wild cooking mini game to make food for your mappers.
Not a quick time event. Yeah, that definitely the point of contention is the idea that like mappers to me are actually the most offensive thing, which I think is the opposite from maybe a trade, definitely from the trade POV of the previous iteration where crops were just printing currency passively. But to me, the mappers always feel worse, because if I'm doing any even like low to medium investment map tier of like whatever that may be, so not using the highest amounts of scarab combinations in SSF, I always felt like the mappers were just better than me, like running.
Yeah, they're better than you.
Which is like, it felt really, I don't know, disheartening or just like demotivating, because consistently every single league I've gotten multiple T0s from mappers, which is not, I mean, it will happen a lot in doing juicing content, but like non-juiced content, T0s are quite an anomaly, like from whatever an Alkengo strat would be. But the mappers just are better. They are producing better things, and they've been nerfed in a few ways. Like this, the cluster nerf, I think, is going to be one of the more felt ones for me, that their eye level is lower, same with Tujin, which I think this is a whole great thing that Mark brought up, that Chris mentioned 7 years ago, which was we want to return the power of mechanics to their, originations, like whatever is making, breach should drop breach stuff, synthesis synth stuff. That's the idea. So the highest versions of these things should come from those mechanics. So I really like there's going to be growing pains undoubtedly, but I love the idea of that direction where it's you want to get clusters, you should be doing delirium. Like you can get clusters from other things, but the highest versions of clusters, whatever that is, should come from this. Same for Abyss, same for everything. So I think ultimately it's definitely a big positive for like the vibes.
I do like specific mechanic for specific drop.
Yeah.
Kind of.
They are trying to return.
I don't know if that's
is
that controversial. Like I feel like most people agree with that. It's just Legion came out or whatever, and they were just like, "Here you go." Yeah. I think it started with Legion.
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of when it started. The whole.
Yeah, you could get in Legion League. You could get a 21-23 gem from the gemming.
Yeah.
That should only come from incursion.
It's not controversial as a design philosophy. I think it's just it's very easy to think that something is being taken from you by this change happening. Same with Delve. Like Delve stocks obviously are going to go, skyrocket for certain things. Or Bestiary is going to be nuts probably for certain things in trade.
I remember there was a specific patch that took uniques that were specific drops for specific monsters, like Eye of Innocence from Phoenix, and made them into global drops. Yeah. And the reaction to that I saw, of course, it's Reddit. It's always going to be a little negative.
Perfect
but
in measure as all things. Yeah.
Yeah, the reaction I saw was mostly negative to that. They're like, it's like reducing the identity of these items. Like Eye of Innocence from the Phoenix makes lore sense, and it feels like it diminishes it to have it a global drop or something, was some of the feedback I saw. But also just making everything global means that some things aren't special.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that'll be I guess technically speaking, Harbinger stuff is now in that, but we're in Harbinger limbo. I'm of the mind that Harbinger is just going to be the next PoE2 mechanic, and then that's going to be why, and then it'll get,
then we'll have a Harby League. Yeah.
I would be 0% surprised.
Yeah, we're going to see
if they came out with Harbinger in PoE2 and then changed how Harbinger works in PoE1.
Yeah, the breach treatment, basically.
Do you think we'll see the PoE2 Abyss come to PoE1?
Ooh.
So I think a lot of people think that the PoE2 Abyss functions better than the PoE1, and I think I'm inclined to agree.
The only thing,
that's going to be a tricky
thing that I don't want from the PoE2 Abyss in PoE1 is the ground effect that turns off your life recovery. As long as that's not in it, I'm okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Getting recovery turned off is definitely annoying. Like Executioner, super annoying. Just Awakener's Desolation, also annoying. All that stuff.
That Baydet does in the Sanctuary map. I think it's one of the Delirium. Well, it was like the Scourge boss one, but Baydet shuts off all recovery and recoup.
Yeah.
Unknown gray debuff number 7.
Quote unquote beyond.
Yeah.
I haven't personally run into that one, but yeah, and anytime I encounter that, I'm like, a thing that I can barely see turned my build off, and I died.
It's very tangential to even in Expedition where things say immune, which has been I think a pressure point for a lot of players throughout history. Is why not make it just say 80% reduced, or just so it doesn't literally shut off builds or can't be crit, all these things that are the 100%
chance to
version.
avoid ailments.
Yeah, versus so to that point, even when you get a Uber Cortex and you hit unfortunately you hit the avoid ailments, you're playing an ailment build, it's still not 100%. You could still fish for the dot and you could kind of power through. So that feels not good, but it's better than if it just at 100%, you would have just lost your entire encounter. So it's funny that that version it's the lesser of two evils. I'm curious what you guys think about those sort of mechanics in PoE where it's just the shut off build thing.
Is it they did it like that because if it was something that of a variable, then players could eventually negate it? If it was an 80% versus a guaranteed, then someone eventually, somehow, some way, slow power creep, a build will come along with.
But they could just change the number. But also, is that a problem if somebody invests time in their build to work around a downside.
Really.
That doesn't that exist for every single other downside in PoE?
You're right. But also there's burning ground
think...
and then being on fire, and they're separate things. I think it's just like they're trying to. They seem to always have creativity when it's a way to fuck a player, but when it's a way to benefit a player, they're like, let's just reuse these old rewards.
It's because they're different departments.
That is
obviously.
no.
I think we are trending towards getting rid of some of these things. Like whenever, like the for this league, the originator modifiers that they got rid of because they were turning builds off and people didn't like them. They're like, oh, people hate these. We should get rid of them. They're trending in that direction. So I hope to eventually see stuff like, oh, this modifier turns your build off and you can encounter it anywhere. Like, I understand, like, something being 80% resistant to something but not being fully immune, you know? Like, making it noticeably harder is fine, but completely making my character incapable of dealing with it, like flipping a switch, is very jarring. I hate it.
Funny, because that we say that, but then also when you're in an encounter, I would say specifically early league for a build that's doing all damage of one type, like of either elemental or chaos, and you encounter a very chunky adaptive resistance, it feels like it just says immune. I think in the moment still, where it's whenever it swaps to whatever you're doing, you're like, yeah, this might as well say immune because I've gone to doing damage to now just tickling it, and it seems to be quite chunky.
That's just a matter of slight numerical tweaking. That's really the point that I'm trying to make, is that suddenly switching to 100%, like infinitely bad compared to even 95%, like that's just a difference in scale. Like, oh, if it takes 20 times as long to kill something, yeah, that feels bad, but being literally incapable of killing something is infinitely worse.
Could it be because of how frequently you encounter it? Like, I seem to remember having explicit shit tons of fun when I used to encounter a backsoth and get my shit kicked in immediately, and even if I managed to kill him, he dropped nothing. Like, that was a fun thing, but because it's my modifier and a rare, and there's 5 rares a map, and every single one of those has a chance to fuck me, it's suddenly a less impactful thrill.
There's like a huge amount of like fight or flight that gets initiated though when something like an Abaxoth occurs.
So it's like hard to identify that this rare itself is immortal and also will one-shot me.
Not that it's the same. I'm going to make a really wild comparison, but in the video game Peak, if you've ever played Peak in one of the levels where you open up chests, sometimes there's just dynamite inside, and it's just those amounts of like trick or treat moments I think are really capture something special, but it really just depends on how it's presented to the player, because if you know it's coming also, it kind of feels lame. So seeing adaptive resistance, it's like I know if I don't kill it it's just going to cycle to what I'm doing, that's going to feel bad. But if it was like not shown to you and it occurred, it's also something about something being defensive versus offensive is a totally different vibe. Like if it's interfering with you killing it versus the hunter becomes the hunted, I think that's a big difference in how you like react to it as a player.
I also want to bring up so like things that make it impossible to kill the monster, right? This is why I think that there should never be any enemy that has like infinite healing of some sort, like life regen or the Maven never stops casting the heal spell, because at some point it's just like if you do enough DPS to kill it, then that just makes it harder. It's like giving it more resistances. But if your DPS is so low that the healing outpaces it, it suddenly becomes that monster is now literally impossible to kill. You have to ignore it, and that's why
you just have to hot swap on your
balance any healing.
Yeah,
as opposed to just making the monster harder through other means.
I mean, they're trying to. It's all about slowing the player down. Like the reason the mappers have better ground loot than us is because it takes them half an hour to finish a map. If we all took half an hour to finish a map, you know, maybe we'd have fun along the way and maybe we'd get loot, but like it's
So what I'm saying is there's a difference between slowing the player down and completely stopping them.
Right. But like that's just another thing. Like I'm relatively okay if my build is shit and the boss is too hard to kill, or I encounter like you don't have to kill a rare to get a map completion, not anymore. Like if the boss is too hard and my build sucks, then that's fine. But like, and the bosses can't get these rare modifiers. I don't know. I think I'm okay with it, but then again, I like suffering.
I'm saying, like, if I die 6 times, my character's not good enough. I'm not talking about that scenario.
Right.
I'm talking about if I see an enemy and I know that no matter how well I play, no matter what I do with my character in the current state, I cannot kill that monster, that feels terrible.
Right.
Like, if I'm not rolling up to an Uber boss with a level 3 character,
So RNGing your way
in a
into a
normal
harder
scenario,
fight is a bad
like,
thing.
I'm doing content that I can do, and then suddenly something in that is unkillable.
Mm-hmm.
Or it kills me instantly. Like, if it kills me instantly because I had 4K life and it crit, then that's fine. But, like, it turned my build off and I committed suicide with self-damage
like
because it disabled all my recovery. Like,
something like that?
It feels like turning a corner and getting headshot by a bow and arrow in a shooter.
Maven heal is definitely the most egregious, I think, of all of the recovery things that happen to monsters. Like sometimes you just get a mob or whatever, there's Soul Eater, and then Maven starts healing it, and it's just like, okay, like I lost, I guess. Go next.
Yep.
Those like
that,
edge cases with that
feeling
are
right
really
there
bad.
is what I'm talking about.
But they kind of fixed Soul Eater, didn't they?
Well, all they really have to do is they just have to add to the protection mastery nearby enemies can't gain souls, which is something I've requested for a while. Like something as simple as that would really, because they did it for like Impale. To be fair, Impale never really mattered from an enemy perspective until like Simulacrums, and then it became a thing where Impale's actually super lethal, and now that protection mastery isn't kind of a meme to a degree. So I feel like if they just added something to like, I mean, it would feel bad. You feel like you have to grab it to a degree in certain times, but I don't know. Maybe it's a band-aid.
Maybe some way of like, if you destroy the corpse or shatter it, then it doesn't drop the soul or something. Like some way to prevent Soul Eater.
There's already like masteries like that to counter annoying stuff in the game, like the block on the attack mastery of the monsters cannot block your attacks. Like there's already a bunch of stuff like this. I mean, they could definitely add something like that for sure.
Yeah, the precedent's there. Snap said it. It's happening.
Is it like just make a ranty video about it. We'll get it fixed.
No further thought. Ship it out exactly as we've described.
I think it'd work. I mean, you have to pick the it'd have to be a generic mastery, kind of to not cause like FOMO of whatever. Like a protection mastery would probably be fine, but that would also then lead to a secondary complaint after a league. It'd be like, yeah, this fixes this, but why do I have to grab this? Which is the same as like the caster mastery for doing stuff. It's like this feels like kind of shit that I have to grab this because mechanics feel worse without it.
If they made a belt with like enchantable thing on it, but the enchantable are masteries, would you like that or would you hate that as a solution? Because then you could just enchant openable chests with casting and not actually have to path if you want to cast it. But you still need a spell, I suppose. Bad idea?
It would have to be like appropriately like like the same slot on an amulet, so you can't anoint a notable, you now have to anoint mastery. Like there has to be some sort of balance for like, so you can't just grab as many masters as you want.
Not that it's the same thing, but this has actually been being discussed currently, like heavily on Reddit this past week, was the idea about travel skills exerting, how it feels like kind of an awkward thing to grab. In a similar way, it's like, if I'm playing a skill that exerts, I have to grab this. This always feels mandatory because I don't want to waste exerts on leap slamming or whatever. So if it's one of the things where, the same way that the old version of like the lesser reservation, less mana, support existed, where if 99% of players are using this, it's probably something we should make a baseline somewhere, or like it's just poorly balanced. And if you look at like
a single notable that was just branching off a travel node, there were no nodes to it.
Well, then it was also an enchant, and then it became a mastery, and then it's just kind of one of the things where I don't know, maybe it's.
Yeah, the intent with masteries sort of involved like, you can get this in multiple places in the tree, so it's more accessible, but then all of them are in the bottom left of the tree. Except for this one all the way over here. Nope, that's the bleed mastery.
Talk about masteries. Bleed masteries have it's like maybe one of the worst sets of masteries for builds that are actually using bleeds. It's a wild one.
The only time I've ever taken that, well, granted I don't play bleed builds, but my most recent build got like 5% chance to bleed and 1 physical damage just to get like crit multi from the bleed mastery.
I played a few bleed builds and I would say maybe once ever for a period of time I grabbed a bleed mastery, but the vast majority of them it was, yeah, I would rather just grab anything else.
On the topic of like scary rare monsters, would you rather they be rewarding but not in a scalable with player quant kind of way? Kind of like this thing took me so long to like if it's like in Yosis's or Snap's point of like this is going to take me 10 minutes to kill, it should be rewarding when I finally kill it, or should it just be like the way like I really enjoyed the loot conversions, but then they made them in a way where it's like players are gonna make them way better with player quant. We didn't think about it, and instead of balancing it and getting rid of it, just being like instead of making it still good for the average guy, we're just gonna gut it entirely, and you can keep the downsides. Like
I don't agree that
Arch Nemesis is bad. Continue.
I don't agree that player quant is what made conversions good. You could absolutely produce conversions with hundreds of divines without any sort of quantity on your character. It was the conditions surrounding the monster in the map. I don't think player quant had anything to do with it, really.
I mean, I'm the only reason I'm saying that is because of like people specifically like if it was purely just the map, the mods, and the scarabs you put on it, then people wouldn't stop to go get a color. It was the whole the casual meta of I finally found one of these things. I haven't juiced my map in such a way that it's good if I kill it. I'm gonna pause and go on TFT and pay someone money to come kill this monster for me. I'm gonna wait 10 minutes before I get my dopamine hit. If that wasn't an option, and it was just like you could be a good player. Most people aren't. You could stack it up with scarabs and run every map juice, and then when you finally hit one, you get 80 div or something. And if anything, I would encourage that because then it encourages people to put more thought into their maps and like progress as a player as opposed to just being like I'm going to outsource it.
So I have an idea. So the scenario I'm talking about is like, oh, this rare took 10 minutes to kill. It better drop something, you know? Like Abazoth almost always dropped nothing that was on your filter. The bosses below the uber bosses, like the infinite hunger and the 2 element one, the black star, whatever it's called, they almost always drop nothing that shows up on the filter, right? It makes the enemies feel anticlimactic. It's like if I know that a rare that takes 10 minutes to kill isn't going to drop anything, then I'm just going to walk past it, you know? So it should have something, but you can't guarantee that all of these monsters have good drops, right? You can't just give them 500% quant or make every one of them drop in a null or something. My idea was just increase the amount of gold that these drop. It's something. It's fairly inconsequential if you balance gold that way.
Your version of a monster that's hard to kill because you've gone fire damage isn't the same as a bleed build that's hard to kill because they've gone bleed.
So then, it would have to be weighted. Like I know, like if I'm playing fire damage and it's immune to fire damage, then that makes it hard, and it shouldn't have like 1,000 quant or something because some other build can blast right through it. But things that are supposed to be impactful, like, oh, this mob has Soul Leader, this mob is the Infinite Hunger, like giving them just a little bit of help in the drop department in a way that's not abusable.
Every time Maven heals it, it gets a 20% bonus to gold, but then you'd have fucking MP group sitting there with a Maven for an hour and then popping it and crashing a server.
Yep.
Something like that. I think this actually loops.
Real hard.
I think this actually loops back around to the whole baseline unrewarding scarabs to rewarding, because there are ways right now to make rare monsters extremely rewarding, but you need to have some combination of propagation all flames. Let's just give an example, right? You can use propagation all flames, stack up 100 modifiers or whatever on some rare, and explodes with whatever conversion, right? That's like a thing you can do right now, but do you look at rares in isolation without that happening, and 99 times out of 100 it's going to literally drop nothing? So I mean, I don't know. I wish there was a little bit more flattening out of that curve, but also I wish more loot came from those monsters. Personally, I think there's like a big
ideal scarabs for you is they fix the ground loot and then the scarabs are just gameplay tweaks and not loot tweaks? Is that what you want?
Well, no, I think it's fine to have scarabs like augment your loot and stuff. That's great. But the problem is that the way scarabs are set up right now is that you add scarab number 1 and that's multiplicative to your loot. Scarab number 2 is also multiplicative to your loot. Scarab 3, scarab 4, scarab 5, it's like a multiplier each time. Scarabs used to not function like this before the rework. If you think of like old strategies, like if I put a Reliquary Scarab on my map before the Scarab rework, I was like done investing in unique item generation. I could then put on a Divination Scarab, which at that point I'm done investing in Divinations, Scarabs. Then I could add other mechanics like, Breach, whatever, Abyss, and that's kind of like how strategies were formed. But now it's like I have one thing I'm targeting, let's say unique items or whatever, and it's like I add thing 1, multiply thing 2, multiply thing 3, multiply thing 4, multiply thing 5, and at the end it's like 1,000 times multiplier at the
narrow
end,
and deep
right?
is
It's
so
like,
much stronger. Yeah.
and so in order to balance that, they have to make the baseline so unbelievably unrewarding, because if you don't make the baseline unrewarding, the stuff at the top end that gets multiplied 1,000x is like going to balloon out of control, right? That's like the fundamental problem I think that's happening right now.
For perspective, so I think I'm approaching 6,000 hours in PoE 1, and I exclusively Alcan Go. I do not run juiced stuff even when it's super meta and super easy. The rarest drop I've gotten 2 Mjolnirs. Running these juice maps, you can get like 10 Mjolnirs per map easily,
if not more. I mean,
if that's a measurement we're going to use from now forward, like that, please. How many Mjolnirs
I think
per
it was
map
tier
we're getting?
0 when I dropped it. But yeah, so like 6,000 hours of running Alcan Go versus 20 minutes of running a juiced map. It's completely insane.
They said they want to diversify the dopamine spikes, and they specifically mentioned, I assume, the case that most people would get when they watch your 6-man snap of there's 70 heavy belts, and it's like I've got the dopamine from there being a shit ton of belts, but even the process of having to scroll my mouse across to figure out which one of these is the real dopamine, that's what they want to fix. They want to give you that, oh my god, it's a mage blood, but not have to actually sit there and sort through the shit to figure out which one it is. Like, you're the guy who's doing more or less that kind of farming. Is there a way to quality of life that high end, like combine them all into, like, maybe you kill an Alva and it drops 60 unique belts, but maybe we just combine them into 3 and then it rolls higher or something. You reckon?
I don't know. I don't know if this is nostalgia, but I actually quite enjoy like looking at uniques, hovering them, and it's like you recognize the art of the unique itself, and like, oh, that's valuable. I think there's like something that's very fun about that. I would not want to reduce the amount of like stuff I'm hovering, I guess, because there is something fun about just hovering the unique items and like, oh, there's a good item and I pick it up. I think that is fun. I don't think I'd want it the way you're saying, where it's just like 3 items are dropping, but I know they're good.
Yosis, when you drop a Chimera's Maul and it's on the ground and you don't know it's a Chimera's Maul yet, but you're like, oh my god, it could be another Mjolnir. I've gotten one. This could be my second one. Do you feel that joy every time you hover over the item on the ground?
When I stream and I drop like a heavy belt, every single time without fail, I go, ooh, a mage blood, and then I hover it, and it's like the most common unique belt. I'm sure people that watch me are sick of it.
Yeah, there is like...
I don't know how much of that reaction is genuine. It's complete habit at this point to hover every unique on the ground and assume that it's the most valuable one.
We need to organize maybe the 6-man party only doing a 5-man, running one of those maps and then not checking any of the loot, and then we can just send you in there with the last portal for 10 hours, checking every heavy belt, going, ooh, a mage blood, and then slowly hovering it. No, not that one. I'd pay for that.
It would be entertaining for about 2 minutes.
Nice.
I was going to ask if your dopamine receptors are fried, but based on your description of checking 60 belts on the floor, it seems you enjoy the process. Snap.
I mean, there wasn't...
enjoy... Oh, you were talking to him.
In Keepers, there wasn't... There was in Mercenaries, it was crazy. Don't get me wrong. Like, Mercenaries were so broken. The strategy we were doing with Exiles was so broken, and we have the multipliers with the Scarabs. Everything is just so stupid. But then Keepers was like the opposite. Keepers was like really bad. They nerfed every good strategy that we know of, and then they like took off all the map, or the map effect on the tree. They just nerfed everything that was good, and it was like a total relapse of dopamine in that league. So I'm hoping, Mirage is a little bit better personally.
I mean,
I really didn't. There was not a lot to do in Keepers, I think, for the end game juicers. There wasn't a whole lot.
Keepers was like, we've balanced out the end game, and by that I mean we've killed it. And then 2 weeks in, they're like, oh shit, everyone fucking hates it. Let's do some quick pushes to maybe give them a little bit of something to do in the end game with some changes of scarabs or like end game farming strats or something. But I'm curious how much of farming strats that you know of are now dead because of the like this time they've done a rework and they've actually added a whole bunch of new stuff and it's player discovery and all that stuff. But like personally, before Keepers League came out, I only just found out that you could get pure flawless breachstones, and they took ages to farm up 100, and I was like, I'll just do 100 of each. That'll be 2 months of my life, and I could get pure flawless. And then they announced that they killed breach. I'm like, well, shit. And then I'm like, okay, backup plan for next league. I found out about this cool thing with exiles, awakened exiles have a chance to drop fractured items. The trees in the game, fractured items are worthless. That's fine. I'll wait till they balance it and fix it, which they've done. I'm like, cool. I can't wait to play. And someone's like, Jim, they deleted the awakened scarab. That it's gone. It's dead. I'm like, but they just keep killing my farming. So is there anything that's like this was really fun? Like even shit.
Oh, Blight was the big one, honestly, for me.
I'm just now realizing I could make a shit ton of money with
Blight
was five-way nerf. Five-way nerf hammer on Blight. It's great. Blight just the 5 nerfs wasn't enough. We needed like nerfs 6, 7, and 8 to make Blight to make sure Blight was not played in 328.
That went under the radar, honestly. Like even everyone I talked to, obviously in the super knows about it in trade or endgame and SSF, but like not a lot of people like the more casual players really knew how ridiculous Blight was.
I think it was bad for the game because of how bad the performance was. The performance in that content was like among the worst I've ever seen in PoE. And I've done all the crazy stupid stuff, right? And Blight was just like a whole nother
big chest. You know how cool the big chest was also at the end.
Yeah.
You get that Omega chest,
Yeah.
Like talk about dopamine. Even that was so good.
From a technical perspective, from the design phase, it was always going to be impossible to have Blight not have massive performance problems. Spawning hundreds of monsters, forcing them to path a specific way, and then having towers everywhere for an extended period of time, all in the same tiny area. It was never not going to be extremely.
Well, the problem is actually proc shields in Blight. When the proc shield starts spawning, the instance just explodes, and then it's like they could have.
This is the thing that I run into when I play my builds because I do a billion spells that all do 0 damage. The proximity shield is making everyone's build do 0 damage, and so hitting things and not killing them is possibly the most expensive operation still after all these optimizations they've done.
That's the question. Why not just remove proc shield?
You mean Blight? Why not just remove Blight? Sorry, I think you missed.
No, I agree. Remove proc shield.
Proc shield's more of a problem than Blight. It's one of those things where when designing enemy abilities, I always I'm thinking about it. It's like, is there a player is anybody out there going to gain joy from interacting with this? Like I could see Shroudwalker, there's obviously because it's like the ninja stepping behind you. Sure, I could see it. It's annoying, but sure. It's like even Soul Eater. It's like, oh, look how big it's getting and how fast it's attacking. I could see that being like a moment where it's enjoyable for a player to experience. Exactly, but I don't know. Like proc shield in its current iteration, I don't think that exists. The version it's equally as problematic. But when I think of like proc shield, I think of it was called Temporal Bubble in Diablo 3 or something, where the projectiles were actually slowed down. Like to me, I understood why that was enjoyable because it's like, oh, it's like there's time dilation inside the bubble. But for proc shield, it's just a detriment to an experience that I don't know who's been like. My favorite part was that Rare had proc shield. I don't know if that person exists.
It's how they balance melee players. Like melee players just suck and suffer. But if proc shield was there and it was a ranger and it versus a melee player's like, it's finally my time. I can do this, and he steps inside the bubble.
That would make sense if melee in PoE was within melee range, but 90% of builds are melee.
Play Flicker Strike.
Yeah,
it's true. Yeah, you get what I'm saying though. It's like if nobody's enjoying this, like why is it? Why is it something
the one melee player is enjoying it?
Yeah, it's like the walls. That really reminds me of the walls and keepers. It's like I don't know who asked for this, but it's now
I think
here.
it's fine. It's cool to have like mods that require you to engage with the monster. I think I'm fine with it, but for me the problem is just like it's so bad for performance and like end game that it's not worth having this thing in the game because this you notice.
It was
Yeah.
introduced as a skill the monster needed mana to use and could only use it for a certain amount of time. In Act 3, I think, is when they first show up. And if you specter that mob, if the specter doesn't have enough mana, the shield runs out. But then they gave it to rares or whatever that have however fucking, who knows, thousands of fucking mana with all their modifiers, and their shield never runs out.
Sometimes it is just a modifier on the monster, and there is a specific Blight unique, I believe, that has a proc. It has an innate.
Would you like it if it just worked like an Aegis?
So what I would like, they did a patch. I think this was at least 10 patches ago, where the allies cannot die modifier. They said if you hit something that's 1 HP and it has allies can't die on it, then it just skips the damage calculation, and this should theoretically help with the lag. To this day, I can play my Rolling Magma Saboteur, go into the Peninsula map boss that has allies cannot die and spawns a bunch of minions, and slow down the game to 1/100th speed for over 10 minutes, because the performance on that is that bad. If they did actually fix that calculation to if mob has 1 HP and allies cannot die, ignore all damage calculations. Similar thing with proximity shield. If they somehow technically, like in code, solved the performance problem with these things, then I would dislike them a lot less.
Agreed. It's performance for me. Like I don't really care that much about them existing, but as soon as you get a thing that has a proc shield and your game explodes, it's like, yeah, it's indefensible.
I kind of like when the game freezes. This doesn't work anymore, but like when the maps were so juicy that you stepped on a monster and your prolif killed everything, but the game froze for a bit of a second. It's like, 1 sec, let me make sure I get this math right, and then you can play again. But with proc shields, when it does that, all the monsters are still alive once it recalculates. And I feel like if they were dead, you'd be like okay with it freezing, maybe.
You would enjoy the build that I just described that tries really hard to spam as many rolling magmas as possible. That build, when it ends up doing that, where it lags the game, there are two very fun things that happen when you do this and you lag the whole server for 10 minutes. First of all, when it finally catches up, the renderer gives up, and all you see is the skybox. And every map, for whatever reason, has a different color skybox. So at some point, I was noting down, oh, this map is red, this map is blue, this map is black. And then when it finally turns back on, the catch-up mechanic happens. This is the second fun thing, is when the server's been lagging for a long time, it simulates what's supposed to be happening, or rather, it just calculates it faster instead of 60 ticks per second or whatever it's supposed to be. It goes faster than its normal tick rate to catch up to where it's supposed to be in real time. So if I've been lagging the server to 1/100th speed for the last 10 minutes, it will then run as fast as it can possibly go to catch up those last 10 minutes. And what I do is the entire time that it's lagging, I try to move my character in a circle. And what happens is it goes at like 20x speed and spins my character in place as fast as it can possibly go. And it looks really, really funny.
You should bring a second character in with a full inventory of fusings and an item, and then they can set up with the keybind to constantly use fusings, and then you can punch a pack, and then when it's undone, see if all your fusings are gone and whether you've got a 6-link or not.
Funny thing is you don't have access to your inventory while that's dilation is happening. Yep. You can't interact with your inventory. You can't unequip items. You can't do anything.
There must have been someone duping shit or something that they had to fix with that.
No idea.
I'd like to think that it's a separate calculation where all of these queued actions are happening. I guess using a currency on an item would have to be part of the same queue as all of this damage calculation stuff, like mobs moving around. It feels like that could be its own separate request to the server, but if it's the same server instance that's doing the crafting calculations as the one,
it'd have to be the same. In PoE 2 it'd be separate.
I would do the same thing.
And in PoE 1 it would be spaghetti code.
if that was the limitation I was working under, I would absolutely just disable everything that's not critical while running the catch-up mechanic. I would absolutely code it that way.
So Mirage League, hey, you think it looks good? Ignoring all of the cool endgame changes, just as a basis for Mirage League, I think it's kind of weird to have a league that modifies other leagues, if that makes sense.
Modifies most other leagues.
Most, sure. Like,
because it doesn't work on like, incursion, betrayal. There's a couple that they listed.
Masters though, right? Is it Master it does work on? Like Nico or whatever?
It's a good question. I don't know if that was in the list I saw.
Nico does not work. I think Andrew clarified that in his interview earlier. Any master mission, so Einhar, Alva, Nico, any of those mechanics do not work with Mirage.
That's fine. They're not leagues, they're masters. They're core game mechanics.
Yeah,
I'm just making bullshit.
True. They were leagues. It was once upon a time. But it's very cool.
And then they said Wildwood also doesn't work, which I think is expected, obviously. But yeah, I think the league itself looks really awesome. I was a big fan of Scourge back in the day. I thought that mechanic was really cool. Personally, I know some people didn't really like it because it was just way too hard. Totally understand, but I think this like kind of fills the same feeling that you got where you're like running 2 maps, which I thought was pretty cool, without like the crazy Scourge, damage modifier ramping up. And I also really like mechanics that interact with other things. I think Delirium was kind of like the first time they tried testing this sort of thing, and I really like Delirium, so I think it'll be really cool to see like all the interactions with Mirage. I'm super excited for that for sure.
Did you do like the Scourge tower farming during Scourge League?
We were doing Vault in Scourge.
Vault. Okay.
How do you remember?
Fine.
I can't remember what I did yesterday. What the hell? You just pulled that out of your like, oh yes, it was Vault. We did 760 maps.
It was only like 3 maps that it was. I was just curious because, there was a there was only a small section.
I don't know. I just have a memory of us dropping we dropped a Mage Blood and a Squire in that league. It was because those were the first time that those items got released. I just have a memory of like being in a vault during a Scourge when those dropped. So for some reason, I just had a memory.
I like the way that Delirium modifies other mechanics in that way, but probably for a different reason than you. Because what I like about Delirium is, let's say you run into this crazy Soul Eater monster. In Delirium, it overrides whatever that monster was going to do and does like one of the generic Delirium overhead slam abilities and makes it stand still and makes it a lot easier for me to kill. I love when that happens.
Maybe they'll do the same thing. Was it Faradun? What are they? Faradun modifiers maybe override.
Would you like it
if the modifier
instead of having
makes it easier?
Instead of having a Vow Breach gem, you have a Vow Delirium gem, and then when you encounter a rare monster that's got one of those modifiers you hate, you can tap it to activate Delirium, and then he suddenly starts doing a different attack, and you can beat him to death.
Chronomancer in PoE 1, basically.
Yeah, Chronomancer.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Just fucking keep adding modifiers to fix the problems.
I think the time snap is really, really cool, and I'm glad that it's in the game, but I tried using it, and I've concluded that I'm taking other nodes on Chronomancer because the best crowd control is death.
Sad.
Why stun the monster when you can kill the monster?
It's true.
True.
How does Mirage work? It's like there's like one monster. I'm barely lucid. You enter the Mirage and there's like a chain. You kill the 3 monsters and then that's when you get the I can't remember what they're called. Roguelike?
The authentic experience.
The wish. They're called wishes.
And then once you
loot.
pop the wish, that's when you get all the monsters in the secondary league mechanic if there's an interaction.
So I think you choose your wish, right? And it's just random options. You go inside the sub area. Think of it as like a incursion, right? You go into like a different area, and the normal ones are a small circle, and they're tied to a league mechanic. So let's say it's an essence. You're gonna have like a funky essence, a weird essence that has something slightly different to it. Is the idea? Maybe it's like a new type of essence, or maybe certain combinations, whatever. And then you do the mechanic that's inside of there. You get the copied league mechanic, and then there's also the modifiers you can benefit from. We saw one where it was like convert wisdom scrolls to currency. It was like one of them we saw. I'm assuming there's going to be a bunch of different modifiers like that. And then you leave. The Mirage can also spawn on map bosses. And if you were to kill the map boss inside of the Mirage, that has a chance to drop a Miraged map. And that's a map base that you can roll. And then that map makes it so the entire map is Mirage, the entire zone. So anything you put into that map is duplicated, like 2 times, basically, is how it works.
Really is Scourge League. I'll just say, I really enjoyed Scourge League as the first step of encountering it in your map. I ran maybe one Scourged map, like the reward thing that drops, and then I forgot they existed entirely, and I have an entire tab of them just sitting somewhere. But like, the fact that they dropped Mirage map, that's pretty cool. This is like the first time I'm hearing about that. Where the hell was that even information?
They didn't put that in the reveal, but Octavian talked about it for a few minutes in the developer interview after the stream.
Nice. I wish I had more time to actually watch things. I just spend time sleeping. I actually have tons of time.
To be fair, it is 3 hours of QA almost every.
I got like half an hour into the 1.5 hour Q&A. And I woke up an hour before this, and I'm like, I've got an hour, I can catch up on that Q&A, I'm going to be so knowledgeable, and I just didn't watch it. Yep.
I'm glad one of the 4 people on this podcast actually watched all of it.
Lighty probably did, right, Lighty?
Oh, I watched all of it, yeah.
And you're not even going to play League Start for like more than an hour. Why would you do that to yourself?
I have enough time to play for the weekend, and then Monday is back to work game.
The weekend is plenty of time.
That's 15 hours a day for me, so that's gonna be fine.
You're like a dad gamer now, without being a dad, but like, and you still don't like Kings much?
No, because it's not that I don't like it. I think it's bad for the game. Which are 2 different things.
Compromise on his principles. Just
no. I will absolutely do what is best at any given moment. I'm going to extract fun through the highest efficient gameplay possible. So I'm going to be utilizing
it despite benefiting from it.
Sure, yeah. It's like a tax loophole. Like, I'm going to tell you shouldn't have this, but the second February runs around, I'm going to be there filing using it because it's a problem.
Can you give me an example of this tax loophole in the American system? What are you talking about?
I guess I could.
Joseph can because he's the one who probably.
I was going to say business expenses.
Yeah,
so
everything's leased.
If you are self-employed and you buy something with your money that you are using to do your self-employed job. For example, I am a streamer and I bought a microphone. You can list that as a business expense, and then you don't have to pay as many taxes on that money that you spent.
Have you ever claimed subscribing to someone else's Twitch channel as a business expense?
I don't believe you could argue that, but they're not really strict about it. Like
this guy's guilty right here.
You can absolutely I treated myself to lunch. That's a business expense. Like, there are people that do that, and that's the sort of tax loophole that I'm talking about. You would not get caught unless you got audited specifically.
And no tax person's going to watch an hour into a podcast to figure out which one of you guys is avoiding taxes. I mean, not avoiding, but like, oh wait, again,
I'm avoiding doing my taxes.
Why haven't you done them?
The deadline is the 15th, and I procrastinated.
Well, it's the 15th unless you have an extension. That's October. Yeah.
I usually wait to the last second. When, if it was a refund and I needed money, I would do it sooner. But I almost always end up owing them money.
Yes. Well, that's being self-employed.
That kind of shit makes
sense. It's so I'm not self-employed. I just use that as an example. But something about not deferring enough per paycheck to your taxes. Well, you
estimate taxes. Yeah, you have to pay estimated taxes, or defer higher rates.
Do you have a thing?
And you can also get them to an HSA also if you wanted to. That's tax exempt posthumously.
Do you have a thing in America where they predict how much your taxes are going to be and then try and make you pay that much in advance throughout the year?
Well, if you're self-employed, that is estimated taxes.
Okay.
So if you think you're going to get $100,000 in a year, then you divide that by 12, and we'll say 40% of that divided by 12, and then you pay that, and then the difference you get back after you file in the previous year.
here it's not how much you think you're going to earn; it's how much the government thinks you're going to earn. So a couple years ago, I got like a investment cash out, and it was classified as income. And so the next year, the government's like, "You're just going to get another one of those again this year, aren't you? So we're going to want money every month, like a percentage of this." And I didn't have any of it, and I'm so scared I don't have any of this money.
So there are governments that basically know how much money you made, and then automatically calculate your taxes and send you a bill and then pay it. Right? Yeah. That's how the tax.
If you have a W-2, most times big companies will do it for you. Yeah.
So essentially, that's how it's supposed to work. But America, companies that do your taxes and charge you money to do your taxes want you to have to pay them money to do your taxes, so they make it as difficult as possible.
What's with your voting system as well? It's so fucked. Like here, as soon as you turn 18, it's like you're forced. Like you don't have to sign.
How much time you got?
Like jerry-rigging or gerrymandering or whatever the fuck it's called. Like that shit should be illegal.
What's the deal with
how much American politics do you want to inject into this Path of Exile podcast?
I think I'm close to the. I noticed Snap is so quiet. He's like, I've got right-wing opinions, and I know I shouldn't.
As a bank account owner of the Cayman Islands, I mean, just
really? No, he's got to do his taxes in Ireland or whatever. That's where like Ziz moved, right, to get cheap taxes.
Exactly.
No comment.
Exactly that.
Precisely.
Exactly that.
That's why all the American streamers moved to Texas for the zero state income tax. That's actually true. There was also cheap property values until about 5 years.
I wonder what happened.
Yeah.
If anything, property values should be cheaper in America now that you're just deporting all those people. Like they had to live somewhere, right? You could just take their house.
Nice.
The corporations bought it and then.
Oh shit, that's probably right. Yeah, the corporations.
They doubled it. Yeah. So what happened was, Jim, they doubled it and gave it to the next person.
Oh really?
And then
they doubled the price and then rented it to the next person.
Yep.
Sorry, something about scarabs. I love derailing. It's not derailing if the intention.
I was going to ask something totally different. I was going to say if you guys had a chance to look at the Reliquarian ascendancies.
Yeah, I looked at it briefly earlier today. I think it's impressive how they managed to give it the same problems as the original ascendancy, which is there's some cool niche stuff here, but not all of it being a synergistic whole. Like, you can get some individual things that are really powerful, like, oh, I want to have 4 spell totems, 2 of different spells. Like, that's pretty powerful, but then the other 2 things that you get in the ascendancy usually aren't going to help with that.
I would probably disagree with that, because I think that the way that Reliquarian is set up is you have the first node, you always pick one, and then you have basically a pick 2 option, and then there's the third one, right? Because there's not enough points to reach all of them. So
like you could get like a body armor and then a damage thing and then a utility thing. So it's not like they have anti-synergy.
No, but I think that the first section and then the last section are far more powerful than both the weapon ones, personally. I think those are the ones that are the most interesting.
Like but I consider like the opportunity cost. Like, I could play a Scion and I could have chance to have really good elemental defenses and then 4 spell totems and then some others. Or the problem is multiplicative scaling. I could play Deadeye, get the 2 projectiles that I wanted from the
that one's just worse,
Scion Ascendancy,
for sure.
And then also have Tailwind and then also have 75% mark effect. And it's just this multiplicative scaling stacking on top of each other, where the Ascendant is the Reliquarian is 3 separate things.
It is, but I think that the generic ones are still quite good for a lot of generic casters. Like, some of them are, like, Mauve Conquest is, I think, objectively quite strong, because it's in a heightened version of it. Granted, it came after the nerf to the Jewel, which is why it's probably a higher value. And even something like the Purity Tier of Purity, the 25%, the 41 all res and ailment immunity for 25 base reservation is pretty juicy. The 100% debuff expire rate, I don't know the exact scenario, but that's just objectively powerful.
Or Beacon
but
or
like
Madness.
The Madness boots.
Yeah, Beacon. That one's definitely up there. The weapons, though, those are the ones I feel like for me are the most narrow and deep. Like if I'm using a Widow Hail, more Widow Hail is more better, even if it is actually nerfed from the initial stream. Same thing with like Grace of the Goddess. Like more Wisps are better if I'm already invested in Wisps. And Jack the Axe for blood stuff is like super super strong. But overall, I think those are the weaker ones in the first choice and the last choice.
I think you're going to see the most use case out of Reliquarian where you have a unique effect that is taking up an item slot, but then you also want to have a unique effect of another item. So for me, like an easy example would be like the Terminus Est. I don't know if it's like the best flicker archetype, but just as an example, right? Getting that effect on your ascendancy versus it taking up an entire two-handed item slot, like you could then use that to use some other unique weapon or one-handed weapon, that sort of thing,
enabling like Paradoxica or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could get the effect of a weapon but not have it take up your weapon slot, and I think that's where it's going to see the most use cases.
It's funny because that was actually the one that I thought was one of the weakest ones. I
don't know if it's strong.
Okay.
But conceptually, I think like having a unique effect that you can't get anywhere else on an item, but then it gets transferred over to an ascendancy point, which you then use that slot for a different item. It's conceptually, I think, where it's going to see the most use.
But these are a lot of uniques,
right? Like I think they said these are every league these are changing.
They rotate
every league. They're going to change it.
Yeah, that would be
so
weird.
There are a lot of uniques that are balanced solely because the thing that would make them broken is in the same slot. So like Headhunter plus Mage Blood, you can't run both of those at the same time. Now they're not going to put Mage Blood on the Reliquarian.
Not yet.
There's other items like that though, for sure.
Yeah, I kind of felt that with we just we're just getting into a patch where the amount of life recoup just got dunked on in a way. So seeing that one or like the debuff drop off is like reaching new tiers of scalability. It's kind of what I thought of the same way with the exceptional gem that gives CDR and then having like Delirium give CDR. It's like there's just certain things when you get more of them that we never had access to those levels in before. I think are those are extra interesting for me. Like the Astramentus one to me was like the lamest of all of these. Seeing that. So it was just like
more numbers,
but it's not even like a lot. That was like seeing that, and then seeing like Inquisitor with like the not Inquisitor. Was it? Is Inquisitor? No, with the stats.
There is an Inquisitor with 50 strength and 50 int,
and then the crit. Like to me, that's far more interesting. Like the good parallel you mentioned is Mystic Refractor and Deadeye. It's like worse, but not like crazy worse. But I feel like the Astramentus one is like substantially worse than the Inquisitor node. That's doing something way more. Like Replica Heartbreaker is kind of interesting because I could see in a scenario where you don't have Uber Shaper Gloves and you also want to run Spell Crit or Spell Impale from something, you can now reach 100%. But yeah, there's
Spell Impale has always been a really hard to get stat.
Is this something they're gonna like add on to like Forbidden Flesh Flames for Ascendant or whatever? No?
It's a good question.
That they are not making Reliquarian nodes the items. Mm-hmm. They're not adding Forbidden Flesh and Flame. So if you're playing a base Scion or base Ascendant, right, with the traditional Ascendancy that we know, you cannot get the items via Flesh and Flame. They're not adding those because the items are going to rotate every league. So it wouldn't make sense to have like a Flesh and Flame that just said Maw of Conquest, right? Because it's going to change every single time. So they're not making Forbidden Flesh and Flame.
It is multiple per node as well. It's like each node is you have to pick one of these 6 things, right? So
correct.
How would that work on Forbidden Flesh Flame? It divines a different node, and then also each of the 6 subnodes, and then each of those would change every league. Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
This Reliquarian thing feels like a throwback to before Lab existed, when you made a build and you weren't building around your Ascendancy, you were building around your items. Does that make sense?
Sure, you know that totally makes sense.
Before Ascendancy, I picked Scion every single time because I liked having 20 of each attribute and being in the center of the tree.
Now you can get
I grabbed
60 of each
the
attribute.
big life wheel.
Did they confirm what the small nodes are? I assume it's just
skill points.
The
skill points like Scions.
Okay,
it's one per.
Yeah, one for each small node.
But no stats. It's just one skill point.
Nah. They also said that it has the same thing as Scion does. If you play Scion, you know that the first lab does nothing. So the first lab you do on Reliquarian is just going to be passive point, and then once you do your cruel lab, you'll get the item.
What a bummer.
It's so sad.
I don't know. I still don't know why it's like that for
because there's an
Scion.
easy 20 movement speed if you did your first lab, and then you're suddenly a better runner. I don't know how people clear campaigns so quick.
The 20 movement speed definitely seems like it's going to be a popular first choice.
I talked about it. Like, I just recorded me talking about this. And I did look at that. I was like, Russo's Ambition is not a great item, but 20% movement speed and 23 chaos res is like not horrendous. If it was a 2-pointer, like I could see that being taken, but it ain't a 2-pointer, and that's a little rough. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I'm trying to think of what build would be born out of this. Like for SSF especially, Astral Projector, not only Astral Projector but better Astral Projector is enticing for free. Like the fact that it doesn't have negative, like because initially, for those who don't know, Astral Projector has a less AOE multiplier on it, and this one just has increased versus, which is kind of weird that it's. But I guess also Maw is a heightened version of the item as well. But just being able to, you could play like Shockwave Totem out the gate, and it'd be totally chill now with just Astral Projector built in.
I do like that. I think that's a very good usage of the ascendancy. Yeah. I remember when it initially came out in Free Show or whatever. The one that really caught our eye at the time was Tainted Pact.
Yeah.
So you could just have Tainted Pact and then another amulet, because the amulet slot is highly contested.
Fury Valve was also on there, right, in Free Show?
I think so.
That was one of the last, I think, for Scavenger or whatever. That's a pretty juicy one as well.
Yeah, when people figured out how good Split is.
That one also stacks. Like, you wouldn't ever wear another Astral Projector because of this, but you might use 2 Fury Valves if you just had this, because it just gives more of the same good things. Like, I guess I'm not sure who's grabbing
twice is very interesting to consider.
Well, some of these definitely, like Burden of Truth. You might also run Burden of Truth because you're able to reach now new breakpoints of conversion that you couldn't before. But no one's running like 2 Prosperous protections.
Someone in my Discord.
Really people think that this works on the. This is from a ring. When I looked at the Twitter Reddit post, the comments were like, "Shield Crush is gonna be so good with this." And it's like, well, hate to be the one to tell you, but that's not how the damage works, unfortunately.
One of the Bloodline Ascendancies said, if Dexterity is your highest, then all added damage gets converted to cold.
Yeah.
Right? And someone was like, just run Elemental Hit and get all of the flat damage from all 3 of the elements and make it all cold.
That is how it works.
Yeah. I did see a review.
Yeah, I wanted to argue. I argued
Microsoft
initially,
Paint.
I was like, that's not how it works, but I was thinking of the really old patch where they made sure that you couldn't convert Elemental Hit, but then they reverted that.
Well, Andrew got asked this question on the Ziz Q&A earlier, and he specified that it does work like that, and you can convert all the damage from Ellie hit to one element. And I think his words were something like, have fun with it being OP for one patch, or something along those lines.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. It's like, they're going to nerf this, but that's a lot of damage.
And Ellie hit works with fishing rods. There you go. Good fishing rod build out there.
Oh, man.
You got 600 div to buy the.
I was like, hold on, is this an angle for melee Annihilating Light? Does that work? Is it only spells? Let me check. The Annihilating Light, deal triple damage with elemental skills. There you go. Melee Annihilating Light, elemental hit, triple damage.
What's the base crit and attack speed on that?
Don't worry about it.
1.3 attack.
Stop asking questions.
7.5
questions. Well, Jousis, if you do that and you play a Reliquarian, you can run Tear of Purity. That'll mitigate a lot of your elemental loss. Even though it actually makes it significantly worse, Tear of Purity, because your less multipliers are eating up your purity.
It's elements. A bloodline ascendancy, so you get rid of 2 of your Scion points. So you don't get the 4th. Yeah. You don't get that last one. Damn, that sucks.
They specifically put that in the 4th one just because they knew that you would figure out that, and they're like, we can't.
That's another thing. The Scion ascendancy. Most ascendancies don't have a 4 depth you can get something without spending all of your ascendancy points on it. It's like, if I really want this specific assassin node, I can get that and then like 2 other bloodline things. With the Scion one, you have to spend all of your points to get to that last one.
They teased like a bloodline for the weird guy that rips his head off in Mirage, right? Was that what that was? Did they show what nodes they were in the patch notes, or are they keeping it secret? Keep it safe. Am I crazy?
Keep it safe.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever you said before that, I completely got distracted by the look.
When they finished the Mirage trailer, they're like, and we got so much more, and they flashed a bunch of shit, and then there was like a bloodline for what looked like the boss of Mirage. But who knows?
Yeah, I think there is going to be the bloodline ascendancy for that, but we have no idea what it is. I think it's just a surprise for us to find.
Oh yeah. What are the odds that boss is going to be like synthesis map, like Cortex tier rare of you just never see it? I'm just kidding. They don't do that anymore.
Cortex is such a common map also, Jim.
I meant in Synthesis League, you dolt, when you have to build your shit and everyone was complaining they never saw a Cortex.
This guy doesn't get it.
We'll call it Uber Legion.
Eat a bed, Grandpa. It's okay.
Look, we got the whole spectrum of gamers here. We got the tryhards, we got the SSF tryhards, we got Jousis, who is somehow the most casual, and then you got me, which is the upper 1% casual. All we need is someone who plays Ruthless, and we'll have a full gambit.
We could call up one of the 10 people. They're out there.
Yeah, make a Ruthless character go into global chat.
Yeah.
Absolute desolation.
Do you guys see that some guy was trying to farm Oni Goroshi in Ruthless, and Path of Exile tweeted it? They said whoever was trying to farm Oni Goroshi for the last 4 weeks in Ruthless, it doesn't drop.
Yep. It does not. Please stop.
That's actually crazy.
Okay.
They're looking at their statistics. And they're like, oh my god, someone's level 10 in Twilight Strand in Ruthless.
Do you know how many zones that is? It's crazy.
4 weeks worth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I don't know if it behooves you, Jim, but you could also, you could open the patch notes and scroll through. And
I'm going through slowly. I just got to the part where they added the rusted swords from old school RuneScape into Mirage, and you get to either keep the big rusted sword that's shit, or you get to use a currency to make it worse.
What do you guys think about blobs? I'm curious to hear your opinion, lady.
What the fuck's
that? So it's effectively, it's like Sextants mixed with like the Egan memories, right?
Okay, yeah, it's a Sextant Elder Circle hybrid thing.
I mean, I definitely had like PTSD for a moment. I think everyone did who saw there, like, uh-oh, But the way that obviously, like Mucho, Faith, and Mark, and the whole team with like the new regime of like going through stuff, and the way he described how it's also two-tone, how you can approach it, where you could expedite the clear by splitting the blob to reach the end faster, and then, or if you want to keep the chain going, you can do that. I think that's very clever. You're doing both things there. I'm just not. How do I phrase this? Because I have to be, PR careful. I'm just really not worried anymore with most decisions from recent, like ideology changes. I have a lot more faith in the way that they're going. So even if there's going to be absolute growing pains, they've simply changed so much this patch that there's no way it's going to be, things are going to fall through the cracks. But the overarching idea of it, the removal of the 17 power, returning it, reducing the fragments, making them more boss locked, trying to get so the 16s are much more prevalent with Scarab usage, so there's less FOMO there. It all just seems like massive steps in the right direction. So, will it be 4 months of growing pains? Possibly. Will we still only get maybe 2 weeks of patches? Hopefully not, but I think overall it's like...
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get some. There's a lot of...
They added so much stuff that there will be hot fixes of like...
Something's going to be broken. Something's going to break, for sure.
It's not even an if, it's just a what. Like, it's a what. Yeah. It's going to be, you'll know day one. There's going to be a level of early bird special for a lot of stuff where it's like get in, get fast, get out, which is fine, I'm not worried about I don't think it's really going to be that grueling the way he described it, especially the fact that realistically the loot is like pseudo targeted too, because the kind of like reliquary rewards from each of those like blob zones are going to be curtailed toward what you're looking for, and it's going to be really interesting for trade, I'm sure, for you guys, because as I think it was Octavian or Mark was saying, whatever's the lowest cost one will still be set at a floor price of like whatever you can on average get from the reliquaries. So yeah, the vaults, yeah, which is nice. It's kind of like in my mind, like a lot of the things I think of other games, and I just think of like the high alch price in RuneScape. That's what it reminds me of. It was like we've now added a floor to the value of this, because sometimes until for like scarabs especially, unless there's an emergent strategy, scarabs that are objectively powerful will just not be super expensive until there's something for it. But this adds like this kind of pseudo floor to the pricing of things.
My brain immediately went to the snap thing of like you could just pick the quickest map to run, skip all the content, and just farm. You do your 10 maps from your blob, and then get your vault at the end, which is your dopamine hit. It's the one thing that you said you hated the most, but some guy out there is gonna fucking do it. It's not gonna be me.
No, fine. But if you really enjoy what like you were saying, or blob, what the blob is adding to the chain of like the Egon memory portion of it, then you could keep cranking that up a notch, and that's probably. I'm just going to say, I'll just not, I have no factual basis, but I'm saying that's going to be better than whatever's from the Reliquary, because it's just, you could scale that experience. Because I almost guarantee whatever's in the Reliquary vaults is going to be like kind of a flat chance at a thing, even though that things could be great. I don't think that's going to be affected by quant, party, whatever. Like, so you could like, whatever you're scaling up is going to be better because it's a map drop. It'll ultimately be better.
Yeah,
but
this isn't do 10 bad maps and then open a vault. This is do 10 relatively juiced maps and then the vault
amplifying
at the end.
It was a roller coaster when they announced it though, because everyone's
cherry
like,
on top.
This is shit. I'm gonna have to run so many shit maps, and then finally the one I want to run, and then like, and here's the keystone that makes everything better, and everyone was like, sigh, relief.
So
yeah, they really did preempt problems that players would have with stuff like
they had to,
because they know there is one concern that I have with the new blob, and I think it all looks really cool, don't get me wrong, but there is one concern that I don't think the keystone fixes with the new blob system, right? So if you look at the footage, the way that the blob system works, right, is when you clear a map, it'll take all the other maps in the blob and add a random modifier to them, right? But the problem, I think, is that each map individually gets a different modifier than the other ones. So one map might get quant, one map might get pack size, one map might get blight, reopen chance, whatever. And the problem I foresee is that when you complete a map and the modifiers get added to all the other blobs, you then have to do some clerical work to go through and read all of the mods that got added to all of the other maps in the blob, because you want to go find the best map to run, right? And the way it works right now is that each map you clear, you're going to have to go and hover all the other maps in the blob to see what map is best. I think sorry, go ahead.
Does the keystone make it so that I know it makes it so you can just run your map and it randomly completes a different one. Does it keep the map that you ran the same enchant, or does it give the completion of that and then the map that you're running gets the additional modifier scaling up?
Any map that remains after you complete a blob will get a modifier, every single one.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that just negate the issue you're having of like having to go find the perfect one to do it, or you're gonna?
Well, no. If I have the keystone, let's say I'm running beach or strand or whatever, it's my preferred map, okay, and I run the keystone on that map. Let's say it starts with a modifier that's bad. Like, well, I'm trying to think of like a bad modifier, like map chance or whatever, or increased map drops on that's the modifier I get. But then there's another map, let's say cells, okay, and cells get 25% quant. Okay, am I gonna continue to do my beach map that rolled a bad modifier, or am I gonna jump over and do the cells that got quant? Some might say I prefer doing that layout, but the problem is that you have to monitor the mods on all of the blobs, and it's like busy work. You have to do a lot of reading, I think, is kind of my main complaint, is that you have to monitor each map to see which maps got the good mod, and then you're going to go hop to that one, and it's kind of like a lot of management, which seems like it seems like the thing they want to avoid, though. They don't want people to have to do a bunch of like preparation and they just want you to like get in the map. That's kind of the philosophy I feel like they were trying to push. And I feel like if you're trying to maximize, your juicing, the thing that you're doing, you're gonna have to really like go and read every single modifier that gets added to all of these.
You could just have a rejects as well though, because it's like and they got a
rejecting my atlas. I mean,
that's gross.
I use the search bar in the atlas all the time. It's like I want divines, type in divine, and it highlights all the div card divines.
What you're saying is absolutely true, and I think that'll be something that I'll have to deal with as well. But I do think that 90% of the players, that is not going to be a thing.
It's like us problem, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. It's like whatever amount of friction was reduced, and there's like a very large portion of it through this map change and how the map device works now. I think it's ultimately way less interaction friction, and this is going to be like just something they'll have to figure out, but. It'll be a thing.
Waste time reading when you could be blasting.
Because the map, because if you read, you could find a map with 70% quant on it, and the map is twice as good.
Yeah, it's more efficient, and you'll get more loot. But it's also true that the less time you spend reading,
we don't know the amount. The modifiers could be absurd. That's another thing that we don't know for a fact, right? We're saying quant is a modifier. There could be a modifier that says map contains 20 unique strongboxes. Now that's not the greatest thing, but I'm saying there could be those kind of ridiculous modifiers that just like we don't know how deep the waiting pool is and what exists within it. So this could actually be way more of a problem than we're giving it credit for if there's something akin to like a divine altar, equivalency. Like that would be if it said like, oh, map enemies have a 1% chance of dropping a divine, and it's on a cell. So it's like, well, I hate cells, but that's great. So now I have to check every map.
Wouldn't you wanna, if you had one that was quant, save that for last so that you've got the quant, and then you do your multiplications of adding things on top of it? Like having like I've got my 10 maps, I'm gonna run the best one, and then I'm gonna run the next best one, and then the next best one. Like I might be the opposite brained, but if I had like a good one already, I'd save that one for last and just throw even more modifiers on it.
You're not saving it for last. The way you want to use the keystone is you want to find the current map that has the best modifiers, because that's the map that doesn't get deleted.
Yeah.
Right. So you want to use the keystone to preserve that map.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I was totally thinking just preserve the good layout, and then just have your favorite map omega juiced. But you're thinking like preserve every map. Whichever one is the current best in slot map, I'm going to run that to survive it. See, you're big brain, and that's what you get. You have to read more. I'm smooth brain. I just click and go. I'm like Jousis over here. We'll just be alching and spamming.
So the loop would be you use the astrolabe. It highlights like 10 or 12 maps. You search through all of them for the best one, and with the keystone, you choose the best one, and then you spam the best one, so that one ends up being the last one.
Well, you'd spam the best one in every step. So you could have 40 quant now, and then a new map could get 50 quant and have a modifier. So now that one's better than the first one you did do, so you swap to that one.
Correct.
And then at every step.
Yes.
Okay, so it changes, so it's good to swap, or if you find a better one.
And that's the thing. I'm not too concerned about the layout. Like I'm fine with running subpar layouts. That's not really the thing I'm complaining about. It's more like having to monitor what maps get what modifier. I think is going to become really cumbersome, right? Because a new map pops up with better modifiers. You're going to have to like do a lot of regexing, I guess, on the atlas to figure out which one's best.
It is,
which is weird.
Pretty interesting, like a balancing kind of thing. Like the most efficient way to get out of this, you are slowed down because you have to read. There's like a mid-tier efficiency of like the Reddit 1%ers who are like, I'll just do the keystone and run my favorite map. And then there's the how can go Andy's like Jousis who still won't have to read and they can just click whatever they want. I think it's really well designed in that. I didn't even think about big braining it like you.
It's definitely good. It's just that the point of friction doesn't exist for half the people, but for the people who want to maximize it, then it does exist, and that's just a thing. It's not a big thing. If this is the biggest problem we have, we're fucking golden. Like that's true.
If it's the biggest problem they have, they will make a specialized rejects tool for themselves. I've got a spreadsheet that works. You can just throw in anything and say what you want, and you get your own rejects. You can just have it for the low fee of 100 divs a day.
I'd like to get away from regexing things and spreadsheets and anything out of game.
That's the min maxes. No, I'm saying you don't have to do that, laddie. They want to because they're tryhards.
Have to is an opportunity cost.
I want to launch Path of Exile, and my character is already in the map.
Go play King's March. You've got 10 characters or 20, 30 characters already in the map. 6?
And they're better than you.
18?
Yeah. My game's not open and I'm in the map. Like, let's be honest.
True.
I'm just...
It's next level.
I am slightly... There's one thing I'm upset about, and that's because I'm a casual. About not being able to favorite maps to block them, because there was a thing you could do to get a shit ton of T7s, but now that won't exist. Like, you could take out your Void Stones and block T4 and 5s and make it so that you only can drop T7s, and then block all the T7s you don't want, and then only get the one you do want. And it was a way to make money, not necessarily to run T7 strands, but to sell T7 strands to idiots that like to run T7 strands. And now that
I was gonna say, like, if you're for a trade though, anything regarding maps now is about 1 billion times easier, right?
Yeah, there is going to be like so much more liquidity. I guess
you don't have to. There'll be the pool of maps will be everywhere because it's just I don't have to buy this. But even those who come in, this is actually an unforeseen quality of life I would describe it as for people who are entering League late or trying to catch up on progress. Is you don't have to fish around for 1,000 tier 1s. You just buy like 4 tier 1s, 5 tier, whatever, right? And you could just use them to fill in the gap.
Are we going to get the little map vendor who's like, hey, here's 50 T16s because you ran T16 last, and they're all white and they cost gold? PW2 map vendor.
Oh, I was just thinking, you remember when, I'm sure you did this, people used to fractured fossil maps because the map had so many good implicits on it.
Yep.
That had to be a specific map. With the new system, if you could somehow do a similar thing, you could run that map on any tile set. If you have an extremely valuable map, I mean, the mechanism to duplicate it no longer exists, but in the future.
Yeah, it's also things like, like I'm not sure, I didn't know if I got clarifications, but like blight maps, can you just pick tile sets now for blight maps?
That's a good point. There are optimal blight tile sets.
I wouldn't even go optimal. There's literally just tile sets that are broken in blight. So it's less about being optimal, more about just they work. So
like,
if, there's
blight
like
ravaged maps, just blight ravaged T16 template, and you just.
That's what I'm curious about because some of them are simply better. Yeah.
Which ones are better? I don't know.
Is it better to have a bottlenecked one or a very open one?
Depends on your build, I guess, but probably for most people, bottlenecked. I'd be more
because I figure you can stack towers, and then if your build is, I mean,
you only need Ravaged, 2 towers,
the towers don't do anything.
No, the towers do a lot for Blight Ravaged. They do the 2 most important things. It's perma-stunning towers. Perma-stunning and dropping towers to nothing. Both of those are the freeze point too.
Funny thing about the blight is, I don't know if people know this, but the towers are so strong that there's like actually a farming thing you could do as an aura bot. Like, when your carry's logged out, you just go do blight maps, because if you set up the towers correctly, you didn't even need to do damage. You just set up the towers and it cleared the whole map.
The experience is quite good in blight now. Also after the change, it used to be non-existent, but post change, it's decent. Yeah.
Does Aurabot affect the scouts?
No, you were just there to set up the towers. That was it. That's all you did.
I mean, I guess you could win with just towers if you have the right setup, the right layout.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd want to use scouts anyway. After the performance and
what's your
1,000 ornithopters is brutal.
What's your go-to ring anoint setup for AFKing blight? Which is something we all totally do. I don't really, but I do the icicle one that freezes them, and then the meteor with the dot, because I'm a basic bitch. But is there a better one?
Those are good. Those work.
Rate my setup. So I know level 3 physical stun tower and level 3 chill tower, and you don't upgrade those to level 4, and then you put like an enhanced tower next to those, and that theoretically can permanently CC thing.
That's And then, that's great.
And then your DPS of choice. I like scout. I just spam scout towers once I get enough CC.
I know it's good, lady.
It's
but
really bad for
what's
performance.
Better. Come on, what's the best? You're like, yeah, this is straight. Did you know Aurabots can do this? I'm not going to tell you how, but they can.
There's for regular blight maps. There's a lot. You've named the 2. Those are the 2 defensive things that typically people do. But for offensive things, there's actually a suite of abilities you could use. Like meteors are a common. You could use arc towers. You could use thunderstorm. The problem is, I honestly just typically use meteors because they performance-wise, they cause the less shenanigans. Like I don't want to use minion towers because
the real thing was, you can use a lot of different towers, but the real thing was you anoint your map with the oils that make it so your towers like cost less. Was like the big thing, and that allows you to basically just build 50 towers everywhere, and then it's really, really trivial at that point.
The couple little things with Blight that so I don't know if it's still the case, but previously, if you couldn't see a tower on your minimap, it basically was inert for a while.
Yeah, they go inactive.
Yeah, so like people were building towers just off the cusp of their map, and then they were like, "Why are they not working?" And it's because, well, you're too far. They're inactive. That was a big thing, and there also is just no, the monsters are not inactive. They're still marching, and to that point, there are some enemies in Blight that are just like naughty how they behave. Like some of the leap slamming goats and some of the spiders that leap. They'll just they'll just like subvert lane progress, and just jump ahead.
And there's ones that teleport to you.
All of my Blight maps, there's 4 wheel skeletons off in a corner somewhere, not moving.
For sure, yeah. But Blight has been a mechanic that has been not acting proper in so many different ways over so many different years. It's just kind of part of the charm, of Blight. Like, oh, look, something spawned off the map and it's lost. That's just a Blight moment, Something's invisible.
From a conceptual standpoint, I'm amazed that it works at all.
Oh, yeah.
Well, GG's done the job. Not very many people are going to be playing Blight. It's got like so many nerfs.
No. Yeah, definitely was. I mean, you'll still in SSF you'll still do it to the amount 100%. Of which you need oils, because really those damn prismatic ones, some of them unlock some really juicy anoints. So one of the fun things that is like a build that's always been perpetually B- tier, I'll say, is some sort of Death's Oath integration in a build, and it's like they keep making it slightly better and it's almost like catching up to inflation. But the notable that gave it like the 80% increased AoE was like a pretty nice bump in its vibe, and then they added the Keeper Ring, which was also like really nice for Death's Oath, the Chaos one. So it's like that's a fun build to doing Blight, and that's also one of the things where you need a prismatic oil, and it just kind of sucks to get. Golds are like fine, but prismatics are just brutal.
You get them from shipments?
No matter
oils?
what crazy build I'm running, there's almost always at least one anoint
that
significantly improves it and requires an exotic oil.
It used to be, I remember when they removed it, 3.5 maybe, there was a strike range anoint, I think it was, or one of the something like that. That was quite good. There's been a few that are, I mean, obviously the biggest one was like the returning prod. It was Avenging Cascade. Like that was a degenerate time in PoE.
Anointing that suddenly made your build godlike.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Just a little bit.
I feel like those reliquary things at the end of the blobs are just like heist for people who don't like running heist. You can only take one.
It's a curio case. I mean, yeah, it's a curio case. They actually just, I don't think it was in the amended patch notes from today. As a brief aside, Path of Exile is the only game where you get patch notes and it's like 40% of the picture, and every day you get 10% more of the picture until launch.
Well,
and today's patch notes
ages
mentioned
ago we had patch notes like right before it started, and it was the finished final thing. And then people were like,
And we
patch
still
notes
do
when,
it.
patch notes when. Like, okay, here's a kind of patch notes, and then it's band-aids along the way.
Well, it's like if you, because they get some feedback and enough time to
within
fix
24 hours, the Cobra Lash and Mamba was dead. Now they're back alive within like just the past day from some of the changes.
How'd they get?
Which, to be fair,
realived?
It was the threshold jewel.
My favorite instance of this is when they came out with masteries, and there was a mastery that would heal you for thorns damage, and someone was like, "Oh, you could be immune to all physical damage."
Yep.
And they're like, "Nope, we got rid of it."
Yeah, it's
never
not
existed.
Like, I don't want to say it's definitely not set up to be like an anti-fun check where they put something in patch notes and then it's like here's a great thing you could do, and then they immediately nerf it, because obviously that's not the case. We just saw with the elemental hit feedback, it's the actual opposite of that, where it's like they've brought it to our attention almost in a way where it's like, this is going to be really, really good. You should play it because it won't exist next league.
Get your magic find characters ready or whatever. Sorry, it'll be.
That's another thing. That's a different time. But I wasn't even saying, I was about Heist. The Heist trinkets were just changed in this patch for some of them. Like I think it was the Exalt one and the Divine one are slightly different now.
Did they finally swap Regal to Chaos or whatever? Chaos to Regal?
They added was it Ancient Orb? I think it now exists. One of them. Let me double check.
Random. I have not read the patch notes. Can you tell? Harbinger items instilled now and grants additional gold. That's the only one.
I'm trying to think of what would be the most useless. Like your ancient orbs in Heist now drop. No, your sacred orbs in Heist now drop as orbs or something. Like it would never happen.
They did say in the recent patch note amendments, this was the third patch note amendment, that they added a vendor recipe. And that is the end of the sentence. So
those bastards.
Of a vendor recipe.
I added one.
Is it
going to
be like Dead Reckoning?
It'll just be vendor 3 blobs to get a random blob of none of the blobs you put in. Or some shit like that.
Cool.
There's a lot of wild stuff though in the patch. Like, you don't have to read patch notes. I almost don't recommend it 99% for most people. But if you were to read them, definitely read the amendments, because there's just as wild things in the amendments as there are in the actual patch.
Are they at the top or the bottom?
All of them. You could just read through them and you'd be like, "That's great." Okay, so here's an example. Just look on Reddit. I'll post it in here if you're truly lost in the sauce. There's one of the ones that is super relevant, which is, I brought this up as a question because it means a huge amount for SSF, as they added the line, the majority of the harvest beasts that can be captured by Einhar for beast crafting are now much more common, because that was a big point of contention with the loss of scouting reports. You were just never going to see harvest beast and bestiary. But the fact that they're now much more common makes me want to now do bestiary, because you can actually obtain them. Granted, they've been nerfed pretty heavily, but even things like Vivid Vulture for rerolling synthesis implicits is huge, or like Bristles for the Watcher's Eye rerolls. Like, those are so good.
Do you think that the synthesis beast shouldn't exist?
Well, it's fine in SSF. It's not in trade. It's fine also in trade, because it's like, it's a 10 mirror sync. That's really what it is. It's, if you're talking in a scenario where you're going to systematically create a triple sense perfect item, the person who's going to be buying those to further that goal, they're going to do whatever the best thing is regardless. So this is only helping the little guy, I think, in this scenario.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. It's like, I don't really care that, like, this uber rich guy can reroll his synthesis implicits. The alternative is that he would just buy every synth item on the market or something like that. This is doing bestiary has a chance of giving you something valuable, and I prefer to have a large, diverse set of mechanics that each has the potential to be profitable in certain situations, as opposed to
there's a lot
always run temple.
There's a lot in bestiary now, especially like, with the scattering reports being gone. This is actually going to be a really, really vibrant sub economy, I think. Because the only ones they really gutted are the exceptional gems ones, which from the Awakened, which is fine. Like, that's part of the kind of overarching change of that mechanic. But the ones used for crafting are all still there in most of their full form.
Did they get rid of the Awakened Beastcraft? Like the reroll?
Basically, yeah. Oh. It's actually really, really funny how it's worded now. I think it's you can convert it into 3 high quality gems or something, high rarity gems. There is something specific that means nothing. Like, the way they phrased it was really ambiguous. Like, I think you might get 3 20/20 gems, just generic gems as a byproduct.
I'm reading.
I like beast crafting, not for any of the other reasons, but for, like, this is a craft that is not normally possible, but you can do it with a beast craft, and then it just costs how much that would cost to do otherwise. Like, it's basically saving time, right? Like, I can pay 200 chaos to do a craft that would take 200 chaos span. Like, it just saves time.
Sure. So, like,
and
I guess that's where Black Morgan's especially good for probably people like you in trade, then, because it's that Swiss Army knife of guaranteed effects. Like, guaranteed.
Pretty much every recipe with the Black Morgan in it.
Yeah. Or also there's a Wild Bristle Matron is the suffix prefix craft. That one's always good for, because you could force one of the outcomes, right? So it's like always good for
that's even remotely deterministic is very valuable, and I appreciate it a lot. It's not like, oh, I want item editor, but it's like, I want there to be ways to craft things that are less
reward space.
200,000 orders on them.
Bestiary is I don't think anyone really has a huge problem with the reward space. It's just the actual system itself is the problem. Like the storage
exactly.
is
like
horrendous.
I am happy with the current state of the bestiary reward space. I think it's good.
I did see a guy saying they should make it so when Einhard captures them, he throws the beast down as an orb and you have to pick it up. I'm like, that's just metamorph. We didn't like it, and now you want it.
Yeah.
Well, that's better than current bestiary because current bestiary you have so right now you have an unknown amount of storage space depending on beast type, which only tells you when you're about to hit it, and there's no way to view it specifically.
This is the bestiary spaghetti. Octavian was talking about this on the little interview that we did, where like I think he was the one that coded in the Black Morrigan, and the Black Morrigan is unique, and bestiary only has rares. It does not support having uniques in it. So he was having a lot of trouble just getting the Black Morrigan to work at all. And he said the bestiary code is very
like a top-down review. Like as a probably just needs an entire code revision as a mechanic how they're stored because it's had this problem.
It'll get deleted next league and then show up miraculously in PoE 2, and then league after that we'll get a shit version of it. But then at the league after that, then it'll be balanced and back in, and you could fix it.
Maybe.
I have a list of like 100 things that I want to test and farm and have been saving and like putting off and all that stuff. It was the Flawless Breachstones and they're now dead, and it was the Fractured Exiles and they're now dead. And now I get to figure out the weighting of Awakened Gems using Beast Crafting from I never even had to make that video. This is great. Super perfect quality of life.
It was kind of known though, to be fair. It was like 1 in 100 to hit a tier 1 gem.
Does that mean that the thing that everyone was kind of happy about in lab of like, oh, I get the one that converts gem into Awakened Gem, I'm going to put my multi-strike in and get rich. Now that's I'm going to put I'm fucked, like it'd be a random thing.
No, that would still exist. It's just going to give you greater multi-strike. They probably would just, even if they didn't remove it, I'm assuming they just changed the wording of that one.
All right, you could just put in more support.
Because that's different than what the other, so the other one is...
One's like random and one's like guaranteed.
Well, kind of. There's the regular, like the Uber lab occurrence of what was an exceptional gem now specifies Empower, Enhance, Enlighten. And then there's the other one, which was Targeted Awakened. I don't know, I didn't remember what happened with that specifically, but it probably just says Targeted Exceptional now. But you can double check patch notes, unless someone here knows.
I don't know about the Awakened. I know about the T-Gem changes.
Yeah.
So
I'm assuming, if anything, there was that div card that gave you a random empowering gem. Would that just now be gone or changed to give you?
It got disabled.
Okay. It got disabled, and you can't turn in existing sets for now.
I do hope they make it like that.
So there's
each boss only has a subsection that they can drop. If that makes sense, yeah.
They have previously updated old div card sets that have been disabled to have a word that was equivalent. So I think that's what they're going to do. They just haven't done it yet.
Okay, so here's the answer, Jim, to your question, by the way. The lab craft that exchanges support for an Awakened is just gone. So that was only from the harvest labs, like the 3 special labs. And then there's the Omega lab. And then the random exceptional now just says you get Empower, Enhance, Enlighten, which is identically what it did before. It's just a clerical change. And then there's the other lab change, which was non-trans. Now just lets you do a pick 1 to 3 of the specific type. They didn't specify if the weighting changed for any of these things, but I would be surprised if the non-trans gem weighting didn't change, because technically speaking, there will be more of what you want in trade, so they'll probably maybe change it, make it slightly less common as a byproduct. But to be fair, the largest trans gem that people wanted just got, freight trained. So I don't know, maybe not. With dissipation getting nerfed, so who knows?
I figured out earlier, but I didn't get the chance to mention it. I had a strat that could get me like 500 div in a day, which is pretty good for like a solo gamer. And it was just doing the 3% Atlas craft to get a special map implicit from Kirak, and then getting the improved lab trial one, and then just buying corrupted maps to have free map crafting, and then just using that one craft over and over again to print like 500 of those special labs, and then just crash the market.
That was great from Egon also. You could utilize, that was one of the best things from Egon, memory.
Free map crafting option, yeah.
Yeah, free map craft and then picking the enhanced labyrinth.
I really like emergent money making strategy. So
That's
like for example in PoE 2 when the temple was just pooping out currency, everything hyperinflates. And it's like, okay, everyone else is running temple and getting hundreds of divines on the ground. That means that I can go do this mechanic and get like an omen that's worth 400 div.
Yep.
That's why I'm asking. Is there anything that you know of that's completely dead now that the end game has changed? Like a money-making thing you had to hold on, or just a fun thing that you had to hold on that wasn't, like, you didn't exactly share it?
The snap question.
Yeah, it is.
I just have a funny story regarding what you just said about the emergent money making strategies. In Mercenary League, we had a strategy where we would take exiles that were inside of the ritual vessels, right? And we would put them in the map with the Titanic Scarab, and that was like the thing we were farming. But there was a farming meta that arose of people trying to sell the shovels or sell the ritual vessels to us, and because like we were able to pay so much currency for the people that were farming the ritual vessels for us, the people that were farming the vessels were making more money than us in the map. So like the people that were selling the shovels they were making crazy. It was like 60, 70, 80 div an hour just selling, like bottling vessels. It was just so funny.
That was Delve League for me when I didn't know character seeds existed, and I was one of the fortunate few who could get 4-socket resonators. And I'm like, it's just easy, guys. You just step behind a wall and you get a guaranteed 4-socket. What's going on? And then I kept listing them like, the price is tanking. Tons of people are listing, and I looked at the trade, and it's me and one other guy just undercutting each other to try and like make money. And I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna leave mine at a div. And I made so much money, it was great. But I lost it all. Classic. Sorry, Yosis, you were gonna say something?
No, I was fine.
Okay. Oh, so you don't have any secret money-making strats that won't work right now, but might work in the future that you want to just dump and then completely ruin your chance of using in the future?
Unfortunately for groups, like the content we can engage with is so narrow. There's like 2 or 3 things we have even the choice of doing that makes sense to like farm in a party. And right now it's just Titanic, so it's not super interesting to talk about, I'll be honest. It's just Titanic Scarab, add unique monster, get as much pack size, unique explosion. Like that's really it. It's not too interesting right now. It's just meat sack meta.
To your point, Jim, there's like, I mean, what I would not, as someone who has no bearing on the economy, what I would recommend is which is just simply the case. You just look through the patch notes and look what was returned to its mechanical origin. So, and then just farming that thing at the highest level is going to be very profitable. So, like Delve, for example, you mentioning its fossils, like specific fossils are, do gate certain crafts in some ways. So whatever that fossil may be, it wouldn't be crazy to say there are a couple per div even in a setting, because it's just talk about a friction-filled place that also isn't bound to maps, so it's just acting in this anomalous void. Like Delve is a place that is not commonly farmed for long because it's just very specific. So if there are fossils that are expensive, they're going to be very expensive, and then Delve will be very prevalent.
I'm super curious about Delve, how it's going to shake in the economy, just because there are certain crafting steps of like even certain mirror items that need fossils, like big resonator crafts. And if it's just Delve, I don't know. I feel like the prices of some of these are going to be crazy. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 10C bound fossils even just for like low end. Yeah, just
like, so to that point, I mean, any of the helmet crafts that are like any of the weird mirror bows that require like multiple +2 attribute gems, those sort of things are only existing in Delve,
Yeah.
So it's gonna be wonky.
I mean,
bound fossils is huge, actually, especially with the tree being nerfed. That could be nuts.
It's like the best way to make ES gear for a lot of people, or at least like a base to recomb into. So, without bound fossils being readily available, it's going to be like, okay, am I just alting the gear for recombs now, or what's the alternative?
There is a div card that gives you fossils, and it didn't get disabled. So there you go, Yosis. There's a 1-out div card that's now worth a chaos. Go farm it.
To that point,
did that div card not get disabled?
I thought they were for the patch notes. Didn't seem like
no, that one's fine. But kind of tangentially to Sam's point, talk about emergent things that could exist through Delve is swapping Delve fossils with Harvest, right? Like there could be a point where the Harvest juice to do that becomes relevant because swapping into the expensive fossils maybe.
Actually, that is something. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. There was a point where I was like, oh, it's like 15C per fossil spam. I'm just gonna do the harvest one instead. It is worse, but it's potentially cheaper, and therefore you'll get the same result in less currency.
There was a thing in Harvest I wanted to test, which was there's the one that swaps a div card for a div card for like 75 juice or something, and I want to see if that is old stack deck, so I can get boss div cards, or if it's current stack deck and worthless. Because you could just buy 3 stack decks.
That is worth a test, I think, because they might have forgot.
I don't want to get it now.
I remember in Harvest League, it was very, very powerful, and then in the bench version post Harvest League, I'm pretty sure it's not very good. I think it's like a regular stack deck roll weighted.
But if they didn't remember,
weighted the same way that stack deck is.
Delve change.
In Harvest League, it was incredible. Super weighted towards good results.
They gotta give you the juice and then take it away and balance it. Hopefully that tree is fucking dead. No offense, I really liked the tree. No, actually didn't. I fucking hated the rare part of the tree. I love the gacha gamble. It's, you know the box from Pee-wee 2 that's like the dice that spin? That's what the tree was for me with the fucking unique womb gifts. You know, give me that shit.
That didn't get nerfed. Well,
no, I know that, but I mean like the rare side of it. Hopefully that got fucking destroyed because traction base is dropping anywhere. It's like, what's the point?
You can no longer craft rare weapons or quivers from the womb.
Yeah, and also all the numerical values are significantly lower, right?
Yeah.
And then
like the tier rating, like you can't guarantee tier 3 and above.
Yeah, all of it.
The tree was so crazy stupid. It's just you put your thing in the tree and it's like, oh, here's your 6 link, 1000 PDPS axe that's already 6 white and 30 quality, and it's like, okay, like cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I didn't hear about that. So the whole league I was playing, I was like, I bet you could make something pretty crazy with this, and then I didn't like check what everyone was doing, and so the patch notes roll around. I'm like, I bet people were printing mirror weapons with this.
It wasn't even mirror because mirror weapons.
Well, it wouldn't be mirror weapons because they were so easy to make. You know what I mean? What would previously have been considered a mirror tier weapon.
If there was,
it was like the mid tier that got destroyed. I think just like the like pretty solid like starter weapons. It's just like you click the tree and it's like already made. You didn't have to like do anything. Like the early mid progression, I think got pretty destroyed by the tree.
If there was a node on the tree that was like items can drop synthesized, then you could just get mirrored items. Some guy would get lucky and just drop one.
It was making rares that were equivalent to like week 3 to 4 rares for me by day 2.
It was like better shit than I'd ever seen in my life.
By day 2, I would say by day 2, rares were off the filter entirely. There was absolutely no point, you know. And it was like there would be no scenario where I'd be like, I should try to craft this. It was just I'm gonna run shit maps to get provisionings and just.
I'm okay with it being able to give me like life, movement, speed, tri-res boots. Like that's about the extent to which I think that should be powerful.
Well, you had it by X6. Yeah. That was when you had it and you liked it. Yeah, the 6 link in X5.
Yeah, guaranteed. It's like as long as you don't skip it, you got a guaranteed 6 link just X5.
It felt a little bit like Tai in the whatever that race was when they got the tabby early, and it's like, this is ruining my casting. All of my mana's wonked out now too early.
He is still called Tabulast in like everything.
Good. It's a funny problem, yeah.
Suffering from success.
True. One thing you haven't even talked about is like if there are any emergent builds that we foresee being, aside from Ellie hit, I guess, in this scenario, being like
Reliquarian?
No, not just Reliquarian.
The smallest numerical changes end up sometimes having really big impact. The slight buffs to Saboteur really elevated the build that I'm going to end up running. It was like 99% made by Cardia Darkhill yet again. So you remember that Tornado Shot Lightning Warp build that was 10 lightning warps per second, and you would just zoom through the map and kill everything with Tornado Shot? Imagine that, but you're also crashing the server with too many spells.
Can I have your POB? I need a really fast build for reasons.
Well, I still have to workshop exactly how to do the movement, because you're casting a lot of spells, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if lightning warp works perfectly, then that's the skill you're going to use. But it might end up targeting the same spot multiple times, so I need to workshop it with like frost blink, free blast, or whatever. And get the trigger rate to the right amount. But generally, it's going to be shoot rolling magma everywhere and warp forward.
I found a build that was like 700 movement speed with still some damage that looked pretty good. And then my friend was like, just play an accuracy stacker and hold down the movement skill button and you go really fast. I'm like, okay, and I got a POV for it. And then the patch notes hit and I'm like, oh no, all my movement speed, all my attack speed's gone. But like, it's still there. I just don't know 4 attacks per second with whirling blades. I gotta figure out how far you go. Like, I gotta figure out the movement speed equivalent of attack speeds for whirling blades, if that makes sense. So I can figure out, like, if...
So
like,
that absolutely is a valid strategy, but I would say that a high percentage movement speed is generally superior because
like
you can auto path around tiny little rocks, and whirling blades get stuck on everything. So, like, when that one guy was speed running lab and getting the gem every day, that guy ran like 1,000%. Right, because that's the best way to traverse terrain.
But like, if your tornado shot warp or a wintry blast, I don't know.
Yeah, my thing is interesting because you don't really care where you're aiming because the trigger bots always go towards the nearby enemy, and the rolling magma is random direction, and there's so many of them that you're always going to hit everything. So you don't have to care about being precise. And you're going to want to, like, a huge open field, like strand map or something, and you just hold one direction.
You want max movement speed?
I want to essentially clear strand essences or beasts as fast as physically possible.
I think you should look into banners, our Lord and Savior.
I did see a fucking banner boy heister that looked cursed as shit. And he's like, it's fast if you press a button every 5 seconds.
Defiance banner is crazy stupid. It is insane.
I never really considered that. I'll have to look.
Defiance banner. So it has a buff, which is like 8% movement speed or something like that. But it gets a more aura effect multiplier for each Valor. And so if you click, like, it's not that crazy of investment. It's like 2 or 3 wheels on the bottom side of the tree near Duelist. The aura effect multiplier can easily be like a 30x multiplier. And so you end up getting like, I don't know, like 240% movement speed. And the buff you get from the banner lingers after you exit. So you plop down the banner, you get the huge movement speed steroid, and you can like run away with it. It's a super low investment way to get a ton of movement speed.
The heist version of it was like when you throw down the banner and step out, as soon as you step out, your Valor starts like recovering immediately, so that every 5 seconds you just throw down another banner while you're running. I'm like,
yeah,
that
people
cool.
You generate them with war cries. So you generate Valor with the war cry mastery, and you use something like General's Cry or other cries with auto exert to generate Valor. It's pretty correct. Banners are definitely balanced abilities. Banners are something.
Jousis, can I commission a movement speed banner build? Is there a way to have damage as well?
There's a new Bloodsoak
I don't know
banner.
If I'm the best to ask for that.
Yeah,
I can certainly make you a build that goes fast with a banner, and then you're like, oh, I want to also be tanky and do damage. That's where I'll run into trouble.
The problem is
the new exceptional gem does, I think, would solve what you're describing. Although, the auto exerts slightly more reservation now, but
the problem once you're going 600 movement speed a second is the skill that you need to attack with. If it's like a wind-up slam, those seconds is time wasted when you're already moving at 600 movement speed a second. Which is why, like, the attack speed accuracy stacker was like, you could just put any melee skill in there or whatever, and you're already like...
Well, here's the thing, Jim.
This is why Abrath's hooves are so bad.
Well, I was gonna say you could do a vacuum cyclone while you're running through, and then just get everything to the end gate by strand, and then weapon swap
Cyclone,
into an actual
Cyclone does scale with movement speed.
Doesn't but it's like it slows you down though, right? I'd only be going Cyclone.
It does slow you down, but
like
I think that's fine.
No, I gotta be speed, baby.
Okay, what can you do? Okay, you can static strike and then run. You can vault earthquake, and that's about it, I think. Vault righteous fire, really, really fast righteous fire.
I did see a Frostblink totem build that looked cursed, and now that like your totem cast speed is the same as your totem coming out of the ground speed. But I don't think you
Fusillade
go very
totem.
quickly.
That's going to be live for a lot of people.
Going to be what?
That's going to be just a really popular thing. Just Fusillade totems, just that whole
Reliquarian, you can have 2 Frostblink totems and 2 Flame Dash totems.
I just really don't see that. Cadigans, I think, is such a shit item. I think it's so shit to have like. Well, there's a couple of use cases, but they're just none of them are fun IMO because you're just using 5 different buttons to do 5 different individual totems. It's just something I have no interest in personally, But you can also do orders on totem. There's like a lot of things you can do, technically speaking. Sure, someone will come to something.
And you node like every different totem you have, you get 10% more damage on your totems.
Well, higher. Okay, yeah.
And you can have
kind of every time you summon a totem, you're adding 100% more damage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lad, you read the patch notes. Is there anything else I'm missing?
So much. About 95% of the game's changes.
We don't need that shit. Yeah. No, like anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, we could talk about it all.
I will happily talk about U.S. politics and taxes. I don't care, but you're the guy who derails me back onto the topic of PoE, which is what this is what's supposed to be about. If you've got something, go ahead, man.
I mean, okay, so one of the things was Harbinger was removed as a core league mechanic. The implications of that is they're adding augmentation. I mean, Augs, Ancients, Fractures, or Augs already on, but Ancients, Fractures, the main ones being added to the core pool. So you're going to have, huge tanks of fracturing orbs dropping, but also, there's the change to the veiled 5% chance for the veiled items to drop as fractured from the betrayal tree, which I think is going to be pretty juicy. I'm looking forward to that.
But you're an SSF player. After a week in trade, they're worthless.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe? It depends on the weighting of fracturing orbs. Fracturing orbs are still pretty high friction for joy. It's not uncommon to spend 10, 15 of those and not hit what you want. So to have it on a specific veiled modifier, there are going to be more of them introduced, obviously, but certain veiled modifiers are pretty desirable. So I can see that being something worth something.
You can't recombinate jewels, right?
Jewels.
Like that whole thing of they were like, oh, we're going to make the special spicy delirium things, and then you can fracture one mod onto them and then hit them with the orb to turn them into something else.
Yeah. Craft your own megalomaniac meme.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's up with that. That's yeah.
I think there's going to be some really crazy stuff you can do with that. It's just, of course, how rare that currency is going to be.
Yeah. A lot of waiting, because all it does is it re-rolls the base type of the pool.
It keeps the current. Yeah, it keeps the current notables, but you re-roll the implicit. So there's a lot of notables you have on clusters that the travel nodes aren't that great, so you could opt for different pathing nodes is a big thing, honestly, and I think that'd be pretty cool for a lot of use cases. But then you can go crazy with it and start mixing and matching notables on mediums or whatever, right? But that's the high-end use case, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I don't really know how much you'll get to enjoy that in SSF, to be honest. Depending on if it's confident or not, it might be oh, cool, I've gotten 2 of these in a week,
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I feel for you when they make some of these ultra powerful stuff at the top end, but it's okay, time to balance it, and the drop rate's 0, 0, 0.
What it is. If it's something I could use pseudo-deterministically, previously, locking something. Locking is a Unicorn's lock is incredibly rare, but with some of the older incursion strategies bloodlines or whether it's evolving shrines, you could guarantee a lock every couple hours. So it was super high effort, but it's possible. It depends on what this is. This sounds more like a thing where it's not going to be the final step of the craft, but just a multiple stress points of creating something that is going to be a hat on a hat to try to make. So
it sounds like it's trying to get what scarabs were of I've finally dropped 10. Now I'm going to go figure out the best use case to use them instead of just experimenting.
But except that a scarab is the specifics of a scarab's reward is hard to determine, but the general value of a scarab's reward was not. So if you had a certain combination of high tier scarabs, what you're going to reproduce in a map, Like, even speaking to something like what was previously risk scarabs and like edifice things, I know when I invest this, I'm going to get on average of this outcome. But this isn't going to be like, this is going to be just a big old pool of shit I'm having to roll through probably. So it's a little bit.
You gonna say something, Snap?
Say that if you think about how many times, like if you wanted to get a specific implicit or enchant, you're gonna have to use like, I don't know, 10 orbs to on average to get the thing you want. So it's gonna be a lot because you're gonna cycle through a bunch of the bad ones, right? If you're playing a bow build and you have a bow large, and let's say you want to get a different notable for whatever reason on the large, you get the notable first, and then you start clicking the orbs to change the enchant, and it's like 10 or 15 on average to get to the right large cluster jewel base.
And then when you're there, then what happens? Now I'm on the right base.
Close your eyes and pray.
Well, depends on the end item. If you wanted to be really good, you would have fractured the notable or whatever first, and then switched it over, and then you continue crafting on it. But
but that's also in a scenario where I only want 2. So if it's on a medium, it's 2 notables. If it's on a large, and I want 3, that's
good luck.
Fucked. That's what I'm saying.
Good luck.
So that's when it's really, really, really hard. I think that I like the real use case is just going to be making custom mediums. Like, to me, that makes the most sense. Yeah. But that's like the most realistic outcome. And maybe they're super common. Maybe you get 50 a day. You can go buck wild. We know they're making Exalted significantly more common because they just made all the Exalt crafts go from 1 Exalted to 4 or whatever it said on the patch note update. So that's going to be, by that virtue of how much more expensive it is, I'm assuming Exalts are much, much, much more common.
I like that change.
I mean, okay, so I want to slam. I want to slam Jules, man.
I went into POB, I slapped in Defiance banner, level 20, 0 quality, grabbed every banner node on the tree, basically. If you consume all 100 Valor to place the banner, you get 154% increased movement speed. Just from the banner. And if you have all the banner nodes, you basically get all of the Valor back. And
105 Valor.
105?
Yeah, it's 105 cap is the max.
Oh, yeah, there's 5 Valor on that little node there. 105 Valor, 161% speed, and you basically always have it up.
What is quality?
Quality is the base duration is longer. Let's see if level does anything. The area of effect... No, the aura effect goes up. So if you get it above 20, level 23 is 175 movement speed.
The important thing is that the Valor is more aura effect, and which is multiplicative, obviously, with the increased aura effect you can get on the tree and or items. So if you can pick up a couple aura wheels, that becomes very, very good.
Yeah. Champion of the Cause is right there also, so that's an easy one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did in my travels looking for fast movement speed builds. There was a Ruthless build that had 500 movement speed and like 500,000 EHP and like 400 million DPS or something. And it was a Bannerman. Right. You just press a button every 5 seconds and you win. But I was like, 500 movement speed with effort versus 600 movement speed with less effort.
Banners are totally balanced. That's all I'll tell you. It's just they're really balanced.
I think they are. Yep. That's what I'm saying. I think they almost are balanced. I think they're as balanced as melee totems or hydrospheres or any of those things historically, where it's like there's no way to really automate this, and they're just kind of annoying to use.
It's broken and painful to play, and they're not gonna unbroken them. Because no one's playing them, but if someone
feels like it's kind of a self-solve. If you just go to PoE Ninja, you view the 100,000 people in keepers that are above level 90, and banners are above 3%. It's maybe a problem, but I bet you it's not even that high. Because it's just to be fair, 600 movement speed doesn't feel great. Like trying to loot with 600 movement speed doesn't feel great. Trying to loot with 300 movement speed is kind of rough. So there's like maybe it's too much. Too much of a good thing. I like about 200. 200 is where I'm happy.
200's pretty good. It's very controllable.
Whatever Mage Blood is with the Quicksilver is where I'm happy.
The thing is the movement speed.
The poison section.
Yeah. Oh, the poison section.
Actually, it was uncontrollable. You would teleport.
What are you gonna say, Snap?
The thing about banners is the movement speed is like the least broken part of it, though. Like
Oh yeah, you get 100% spell suppression, a
block
bunch of flat spell suppression.
Well, it's crazy because you can get the block one and then convert all of the excess block that you get to spell block with versatile combatant. So like you click a button and you're like instantly block and spell block capped like full from just clicking the one banner. It's just like I don't know, it's crazy.
One of those things that when you don't if you don't have the banner up, you're flaccid though. Like
I did make it as a heister, and on the occasional instance where I didn't press the button quick enough to put my banner down when it ran out coming back, and I get punched by like a fucking magic monster.
If you're ever not paying attention, I mean, it's like playing those builds like was it Transcendence builds where you just have 800 million EHP, but then like a lightning dot one shots you because you have negative 90 res. So it's a vibe.
If you're bossing, it's like you slap them down and you can get the duration to like a minute pretty easily. So you just go on the boss, throw your banner down, enjoy your capped block, whatever spell block for everything.
You gotta keep in mind, Snap, that Jousis is fighting a boss for 45 minutes. So
you keep in mind that I'm shit, but so I'll find a way to
when you leave the banner area, the effect can only linger for 3 seconds, and I don't see a way to extend that duration. But standing in the radius of the banner that you place, that lasts a while.
Is there anything you could do to make the banners more quality of life? Because I know that there's not only ascendancies, but also like perfidy and things will affect it.
Hear me out. What if we put the banner on like the back of your character? Think about that for a second. And then you just ran around with the banner on your back.
That's when we need Mage Blood for banners, where it says banners can't be placed, banners are always active.
It's a quiver slot, but it's just an empty quiver that you place the banner into.
True. What if we add like 12 idle slots above our inventory, call the game last epic, and we're pretty much good to go, I think we've done it.
I'd have to get rid of ascendancies. I'd give you an ascendancy that's just empty jewel slots, and you find as soon as you go into lab, you enable the dropping of idols.
Yeah, well, the Scion's missing one, so perfect.
Yeah, exactly. They're already stealing so much from them, they stole gold from last epoch. And totally not they didn't get it from Diablo, it must be from only last epoch.
Yeah.
What's most impressive about this is how many stats it turns increased aura effect to. 6% increased aura effect is basically 6% movement speed, 6% spell suppression.
Yeah,
and it only goes up.
We've derailed Jousis' next video. It was going to be that fucking game freezer, but now it's a Bannerman.
Oh no, I'm still doing that, but this is hilarious.
You're one step away from group play abusing. You're so close.
The next step is unfortunately insurmountable, which is like scheduling 6 people at the same time.
Well, no. These things aren't mutual. These things don't have to be the same thing. You could just run 3 computers and 2 clients, and then follow yourself with 5 people.
Have you seen in PoE2 people are local split screening and playing 2 characters at the same time with 2 controllers?
I don't know if it's legal, but used to in some games you could run, if you run them like through BlueStacks, you can have mirrored inputs and it's still one click for one input.
Yeah, that's not allowed.
Oh yeah, you could just have one of them be an aura bot with all the skills unbound.
Mm-hmm.
So it would just the movement would be the same.
I made a blind AFKer, so I booted up another client, made another character, gave it all my money from League Start, and then realized I couldn't trade it back till I got that character to like Act 3. So I carried myself through the campaign by alt-tabbing and moving one at a time and just playing RF and like slowly leapfrogging my way through the campaign. Got it fully set up to AFK blights and then just got bored because the loot was so shit. That was Blight Ravaged maps though, not blights in maps, which is weird.
True. Is there, looking at the patch, is there any sort of skill gem changes you guys are particularly excited for? There's a lot of, good ones in there.
I have to read?
Okay. When I read the patch notes, I open the patch notes and I control F all the builds that I played to see if everything got obliterated. And this time around, only one build got completely obliterated and everything else basically got buffed.
The problem with that, Jousis, is that oftentimes most times, I would say, builds are not nerfed by their gems being nerfed, by everything else that makes the build.
Oh no,
work.
I control F the entire patch notes for like everything that was core to the build, and if it gets 0 results, I'm like, we're in business, baby.
I feel like this is almost longer than just reading them.
I just make the whole build and then hit the deadlock that got changed in the patch notes 3 patches ago and be like, oh, this build doesn't work anymore. And then I cry.
Like, Corona Solaris or whatever the Corona Solaris I think is the upgraded version that no longer exists. Eclipse Solaris, whichever one. The flat fire damage for light radius.
Yeah.
When I was playing it, everyone was like, "This is so busted. It's so gonna get nerfed." Untouched. Not mentioned once in the patch notes.
I mean, I saw people complaining about golems, but that's like a nerf more than a.
Well, that's not golems themselves. That's just generic casters.
I was getting 2,000 flat fire damage on a wand, which is kind of ridiculous.
The Elementalist changes are quite aggressive. Like
they are pretty aggro.
They're Elementalist is still good. It's just I wouldn't want to play an Elementalist now because something just feels bad about playing Ascendancy that got nerfed 3 times in a row. Like there's just better options now. Before it was like definitely 2 patches ago, even more so with the Golem stuff. It was just the default generic caster option because it ticked every single box. I mean, between your defenses, your regen, your casting speed, your mana. Now I think it's gonna be hit because the highest expression is previously was just stacking primordials and even more prevalent in trade because you can get the megalos and stuff. But those changes are pretty huge to it. Like it'll still be good because ailments are good and prolif is good. But
I think if I were to go through my list of characters that's on my account right now, I'm pretty sure about half of them would be Elementalist, and almost none of them used Golem buff effect stacking.
That's one of the decisions of all time.
Don't give the fucking minions
it's
to the Necromancer.
It's just so generically good.
Minion build instead of Elementalist build.
It's like, oh, I'm playing a spellcaster that does fire damage. Oh, look, Elementalist gives like 3 different instances 30% more damage. I'm gonna play Elementalist.
Yeah, there's so much it gave to me. Like the whatever the generic default caster, if you want to call it that, would have transitioned to me is maybe Guardian now. Like Guardian stocks are pretty juicy. I think it's got a very large amount of buffs. Even just the initial buff of the 50% reservation, that being non-tethered to mana, being twin efficacy, is like quite juicy. The changes now are also, I mean, it got buffed in 3 ways, I think.
There are 4 notes under Guardian patch notes. It's
one
like
of them's a new thing.
Entire ascendancy changes.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Guardian is nice on, but
the element changes also too.
Oh yeah.
Because you got all the holy
stuff. They look sick. I don't know how good they are because we haven't seen the gems yet, but they look sick.
I like the one that has like 2,000 bloom, and they're probably on the lowest.
Oh god, yeah, that was crazy looking. It looked like all the finishers they had, where it's just like you hit a boss and your screen lights up. I do think they're Holy Flame Totem is fun. It's good. No, I was just gonna say I do think that it would be like a wild change, but I think they're on the kind of path to do these sort of wild changes. But I could see them possibly after this like entire expansion of stuff gets calmed down, and like maybe next league or the following one, I could see them adding a damage type to the game, like being holy damage, because psychic I think that's maybe not psychic, but that's like they've had so many things that are iterations of this, and it's kind of this thing where like half the time it does lighting, half the time it does fire, and they keep adding them, and I could see that being a level of like shake-up that hits the game, because we have chaos, which is kind of like the antithesis of this, and I could see them being like adding holy. Not really, no. That's just kind of like that's a level of expression that is of the fact that like the int nerf was the first time an attribute was nerfed, like in the history of the game, pretty much, like directly. I could see them doing something
like run into the same problem that Elden Ring had. Like Elden Ring was like, let's have holy damage, and then every enemy in the game is affiliated with the religion, so they all have 80% resistance. That's not really an issue in Path of Exile. You just get more penetration.
Well, to be fair, it was an issue for a while, because they're actually bosses had like no chaos res for a while because there was no forms of chaos damage. When they started adding chaos damage, there was a little bit of time where they didn't backport the res out. So that thing has already happened. Like that level of growing pains we've already gone through to a degree. So I could see them, in a year so being like, we're adding holy damage, we're adding holy res. That's also like doing something like that is a system-wide revitalization to itemizations, weighting, scaling, build diversity. Like there's a lot to it, and that would also be adding something where you could touch up so many existing assets and make them now relevant. Like they can go through anything that has anything to do with damage on an item. You can touch it up and put it in different categories. So
That would be a huge rework, and it would be pretty cool.
It's a spaghetti code game. I don't think it's something they would do necessarily. Like the amount of shit they'd have to touch and figure out how it works. Like
no, that wouldn't be too hard. It would just be like mirroring. Like that's not adding something new. That's adding you're just echoing chaos damage basically.
It depends on how much of the existing like elemental damage ish code is like hard coded, or if it's been written.
Well, it wouldn't be elemental damage. That's the thing.
Yeah,
it would
but
be
like
the same
types of damage. I'm just saying generically
For
that
sure.
code.
But I just think it's a bit ominous that they add all these skills of holy in the title. We don't have holy damage in game out of left field, kind of.
That's true. They did add like 8 holy things in a row, and then release them all at once.
Yep.
It's vaguely makes sense that it's all lightning damage. I don't know. I think it's.
There's a couple that are fire damage.
Except for Holy Flame Totem. Yeah.
There is the concept of holy fire. Like, it's very prevalent, even like just in real world. Like fire is considered cleansing.
Food for thought. Little tinfoil hat, a positive tinfoil hat, if you will.
It seems like a
Not
lot
positive,
of work,
because
but
then we'd need holy resistance.
I think it'd be cool.
Sure.
Add another thing on the pile.
Yeah, but it's a way of also
they could just do a pass, and they're like, every mob in the game now has holy resistance equal to their existing lightning.
Yeah, I would think it'd be mirrored in chaos, just because to me it's like they're in the gamescape they're two sides of the same coin, and like the elemental triangle is kind of already solidified, but who knows?
What ailment would holy inflict?
Like just a word? I mean, it could be identical.
The opposite of consecrated ground.
Because
where do you have
lightning does shock. Ground? We have desecrated ground. That's chaos.
A heretic.
Heretical is actually already a debuff, right?
It decreases your max life and doesn't actually deal you damage. So if you take a hit,
so that already exists because there's the helm that causes life reservation to
Yeah, but give it to a monster and forces it upon you with holy powers.
As an ailment. That's interesting.
Subjugation.
The only reason I'm in favor of that is because it helps mitigate enemies being healed.
It's funny because also if you did it and it fell off, you'd get Shaper's life to 10 flat, and then it you fucked up and your stacks fell off, and it just goes right back to 80 mil, whatever. It's out there. I said it only because I was looking at the thing, and Jim said Holy Flame Totem, which, to be fair, did get buffed pretty heavily. It doubled its projectiles, and also now just has an AoE tag. Is that enough to make it viable? I mean, I'm sure you could league start it no problem. There's been so many people who have had their league start tier lists. I'd be curious to hear what you guys think is some of the good league starters.
Everybody and their grandmother and their dog and uncle is going to be playing Fusillade, at least for the first 2 days. But I think we'll see more stuff after that. Everybody wants to play safe league starters they know are good, I think, at least in trade.
Yeah.
I think that's the majority of people. I think you're just going to see 50% Fusillade personally, and maybe some. Yeah.
They didn't seem to obliterate Kinetic Blast that much.
Clustering got a small nerf.
Yeah,
the tattoo is a big change for clustering. It's -1 link basically, but I still think it'll be good.
Oh yeah, I didn't even use clustering. I just used regular Kinetic Blast.
It's still good, yeah. Good. Still good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Righteous Fire Chieftain because I've got problems, and that's mental problems. Because
Chieftain got nerfed for a build, not that build, but
I feel like the new
A tier.
The new Shockwave Totem looks like kind of RF a little bit, fits that playstyle a little bit now.
Yeah.
If only it wasn't totems that have to be in a radius of you and can be killed. It's so close to being a really, really nice QOL, just running around and having shockwaves around you all the time.
Shockwave already got the better QOL, which is you could just have a better Astral Projector on Ascendancy. Shockwave is crazy damage. Shockwave is already absurd damage-wise. It's one of the best scaling flat caster things, full stop. It just is locked behind the clunk of a totem, which is why, Sanctum is quite prevalent because you can just bully the entire area, but number-wise, it's the end iteration of Shockwave looks like any other Trade League caster where you're just stacking power charges, to the moon, and you're wearing 9 uniques, but it's still very good.
There was a like a Mamba something. No, not Mamba. Cobra Lash. Did Cobra Lash get nerfed?
Well, not anymore, but it was. It's unnerfed.
How did they I already asked how they unnerfed it, and you told me, and I didn't understand anything you said, and I was too afraid to ask. So I'm asking again.
Really, you could thank the Koreans, because they're the ones who had the patch notes that had the wording for how the cluster worked. But it was basically about the not follow through, right? What's the chaining cluster? Snap, do you remember?
It is follow through.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I think it's follow through, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but it was they just
shotgunned it.
Yeah. So the capping that damage was like something like 40 to 50% of how Cobra Lash scaled damage, was just like single target stuff was just through that. And then they reverted the cap in something else, or they changed how it scaled. It was mostly I blame PCOB, but that was what I think that's what they were going after. Where's the updates? First update, second up. Oh, low tolerance was the other one. That was the Mamba. They changed.
Mamba got shot from 5 different angles.
Yeah.
I didn't think it needed that many nerfs. I think some of them I felt a little, GG style. We don't want you to play this skill anymore. But
chainsaw versus scalpel. Yeah.
Yeah.
They reverted the one, or not reverted, but they changed the one Mamba thing. In today's patch update, but it doesn't matter. It still got everything else stuck. The multiple poisons on single hit is interesting.
They didn't adjust kinetic at all.
Kinetic what?
Kinetic rain.
Oh, like back from when it was the Ziggy preview versus
they
the real life?
Ziggy D killed Merveil with it. They hit it with 5 separate numerical nerfs, I believe, and then didn't walk any of it back.
Yeah, I mean, wand skills are fine, very much so in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
as like an archetype, they're eating good
choice.
Still. Yeah, that's actually an area where it's more obvious than others, the power gap between like wand specific skills to other wand specific skills. It's because for years it was really just like power siphon and then like barrage, frenzy kind of, it was very slim picking.
Support power siphon.
Sure. Yeah, that was another thing. But now it's like there's so many options. I mean, what is the other one that was new? Somatic Shell, I think, is like barely used because it's like so clunky.
Yeah, I wish anything that's like give yourself a buff and then go kill an enemy and then it does something, like that's too many steps.
I wish they would, release a lot of these skills like even slightly overtuned. I feel like they should strive to make the new skills always good.
Yeah,
and then if they need to nerf them later, I think most people are okay. But
yeah, especially when
I think it would have been fine if Kinetic Rain was at least similarly powerful to how they showed it, because then people would play it and then they could nerf it the next league. But since they nerfed it out at the gate, no one played it, and it's effectively like there was no new content.
Yeah, I mean, like 2 guys played it.
Ziggy D played it.
He did for a little bit.
He was responsible for getting it nerfed. He's like, this is my penance.
It's true. True. Speaking of penance, Dissipation got hit pretty hard. Pretty dang hard.
I thought that was the Phantom Farmer. But
so much.
Well, brands are great. No, there's a few. I mean, Mine's Shockwave Totem's brand. They all functionally do the same thing. They're killing things before you even see them. I mean,
I've been monitoring the Sanctum community, and they all use PBOD or Penance Brand of Dissipation, and to them it's like a 40% nerf ish.
Yeah.
But the sad thing is it's still probably the best skill to use.
Oh yeah.
Even after a 40% nerf, it's like that's crazy.
Damn.
Yeah. Stormbrand is a lot better, but
yeah,
I don't know if it's
though.
No.
It's never recovered from when they obliterated it that one time.
Well, the problem was Indecision was so good. It was for mapping, especially. Indecision was crazy, and then that was like they didn't like. To be fair, it cycles kind of back into the same thing with like the brand recall, which was a problem for many reasons. But when automation came out, that kind of ruined the brand recall vibe, and then this has all been like, still catching up with some of those changes. Like they could They slapped a 30% more multiplier on like other pen. Was it base brand or something? And I don't even know if it's going to be make a difference.
Brand Recall Saboteur is even more crazy this league.
But Brand Recall doesn't
so you place Arcanist Brand.
The durations, yeah.
And then you have 2 trigger bots. So when you Brand Recall, it happens twice, and each of those 2 Brand Recalls casts the Arcane Brand twice. So every Brand Recall is 4 casts of the spell per brand. And there is a rune graft that has a 20% chance for a skill to not go on cooldown. And so when you automate Brand Recall, it has a 20% chance to trigger immediately again on the next server tick.
Yeah.
So you can get some pretty crazy... Like, that's how I was crashing the renderer.
I feel like Arcanist Brand is really goofy, though. Like, it does enable a lot of degeneracy.
The jankiness of it, though, is that you can't trigger summoning the Arcanist Brand because it itself is a triggered skill, and when you put 2 triggers in the same link, it disables both of them. So you have to manually place the Arcanist Brand. Everything beyond that is automated.
It's like a less shit totem, except totems can attack without shit being nearby. Oh no.
Yep. It's a totem that can't be killed or stunned or frozen.
They need a MTX for it where it's like a little tick, like an insect.
Yeah.
And then when you put him on the ground, and then when something comes near, it jumps onto it and then starts casting. I want that.
Like a
leech.
An alien, like a face hugger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
like he lays in wait, and then when something comes by, flies out.
Not only did it get more crazy because they buffed Saboteur, but they also added one of the new exceptional gems is just 40% cooldown recovery rate.
The CDR gem is gonna be something.
That with Arcane Cloak is crazy to me. Like,
oh yeah.
I was looking at Arcane Cloak after I saw that gem, and you can get it pretty close to 100% uptime, which having that buff up all the time is just insane.
I hope that gem is not unobtainium because it's very useful.
I mean, so exceptionals are going to be, some of them have locations, right? Like Frog is like locked behind, or Toad Hex is like King of the Mist or whatever. So some of them are going to have homes, and some of them are going to be generic, or they all just have homes. I don't know if I caught that fully in the live stream.
No idea.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't even want to make an assumption.
I just hoped it would be like, we'll take 5 and give them to Cyrus, we'll take 5 and give them to Maven, and we'll take 5. Well, not 5, but...
I know what you're saying. It very well might be that, yeah.
Which can be found in the end game is the only thing it says.
Cool. Yeah, I know they mentioned in the Q&A that I think it was Octavian that said the Hex Toad was like King of the Mist as an example. So that if we extrapolate that, I mean, that could be, if every boss had 2 or 3 gems at like whatever a 10% drop rate, that would be totally chill. Like if that was what it ended up being, because you're still going to want a quality corrupt and all that jazz. Not to mention, I mean, some of the scaling on them really got to see, because like the flat values on things like the Hex Toad was just an atrocious amount of damage at level 3. So I'm curious what the scaling's gonna look like. You can get supports a few levels up, pretty easily.
I think that's like a big piece of the patch we haven't seen yet, is like all of the new gems. Like we've seen a few, and I think they're pretty crazy so far, and I think there's a ton we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm happy about with this build is that it specifically, like, the main link has empower and enhance in it. Like,
then you can use the Eclipse also.
It's just ready for a crazy gem scaling possible.
Oh, are you talking about using the other exception? You can use, was it the Eclipse? Is that what's called Eclipse? The one that's like baby, enhance, and empower?
Well, so like the enhance and empower aren't going to affect a support gem because they only affect skill gems.
No.
The build is like ready for a new like it has so many gem levels even to support gems that if
I was saying more
really
like so like build that use like Dialius, right? For example, the body, and then that do like use, some of them do like using, awakened exceptional, enhanced, wake exceptional, and power at like high levels because you get extra scaling and that sort of stuff. Like those could also be using Eclipse and just having or whatever that other gem, the new one is called, that gives like little versions of both. And just having like crazy levels of quality, like things like Tornado of Elemental Turbulence, for example, that just the levels and quality give like crazy amounts of movement speed. And it can already reach like 300% movement speed. So some interesting combinations. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, good. I know there
Day
was
one.
like an honor home or something that had like +2 and you could double corrupt it and get like Herald of Thunder up to like +8 or something, and then put an Empower in it so you could get
it's actually
up to, like...
even better than that. It's with, if you have the honor home, I actually have one of these in Solo Self-Found, and it's very, very rare. An honor home generated from a Glimpse of Chaos can roll +2 local with also +2 local. So I have one that has +4 local, which is
That's kind of insane.
Goofy.
I remember trying to get when they came out the Twilight Temple unique map shields that have +2 gem level on them. I was trying to get one that was corrupted to have even more gem levels, and then I could put like I don't know, all my auras in it or something.
I'll put this in my,
it had like crazy gem levels. That completely blows it out of the water. And there are setups now that didn't exist then that really benefit from that. Like Spellslinger is both a support gem and an active gem. And so you have 2 active gems in your setup that are both benefiting from stuff like Empower. And then the item itself has gem level on it.
It's like an amulet that does that, right? Like quality and gem level, the same thing as the...
Ashes.
Oh, yeah, Ashes. There was a time in my life when I was just a Herald of Thunder boy, and it was, how high can I get this Herald of Thunder gem? And it was Honor Home and Ashes and all that shit. There was a point where it was like, I could probably double corrupt a Crest of Desire and just get it out of the way and just get like a +12 or something, but I think Honor Home ended up being better with like Awakened Gems. Because you could get like a +2 lightning and +2 duration, and then get like added lightning damage and do like a level 5 up to level 7 with an Empower or something. I don't know. They're like, it's when it comes to like finishing a build, it just needs to be really basic, like grade 2 maths of simple +2 numbers together make damage higher versus rare item crafting and all that stuff. It's spookums.
Yep, when you see very, very big gem level number, it kind of brute forces past needing like finesse and damage.
That's why I'm like, I find a good build and I'm like, I'll add it to my list of good builds, but the problem is they're good builds if you're good at the game. I need a build that's still good if once I bastardize it and remove 80% of its shit and add a whole bunch of rarity. There's very few builds that survive that like transition.
Yeah.
What are you gonna play this league then? What's your plan?
I found a RF build that uses a bunch of rarity and a fulcrum, so I'm gonna bastardize RF Chieftain. I'm gonna RF Chieftain League start, and then I'm gonna make it fast with rarity, and it's gonna be so shit because it has no defenses.
If you're looking for a build that is just, even when I have the absolute worst gear and I don't know what I'm doing and I'm unga-bungaing the whole time, generally I've found the best strategy is to find what the top hardcore solo self-found racers are running and copy that, because they are very, very good at making a build that is good in every situation, and even if you suck.
There's a ton of stuff that I like. I got my little shit, my list. I got my list of like 100 things to test, but the problem is they're all old farming strats that are now bastardized because the end game changed. But I still kind of want to just do them as they were, even with like the new Scarab changes, and just get like a baseline of like there's a like Wealthy Exile or whatever has like a strategies tab, and people only put stuff on there when they're trying to sell the shovels basically. But I noticed there's like a little tick box you can make them private, and so I'm like, I could just fill this bitch out with like 1,000 strategies, and then every time there's a new economy, all the prices change, and it just auto adjusts. I never really want to farm like the most meta broken thing, but if I just try every possible strategy, eventually I'll have a nice little spread of automatically updating economy strategy sheets until 6 years rolls by and they change the end game like they did, like they're gonna do in like a week. But I've found 3 builds that are all rarity farmers because I'm like, they're gonna make divines drop twice as often or whatever in like 2 weeks or a month or whenever they said they're gonna do that. So something that I can just farm the base loot, even though the tile loot or whatever the fuck terminology they call it, even though the core drops right now are the shittest they're ever gonna be. I had a taste of juicing core drops in Keepers, And I like dropped like a Hinokoras and like 4 apothecaries just in a core map without any like without any strong boxes or anything. I'm like, holy shit, this kind of fun when like stuff just drops naturally like this. So I'm like, I'll find a rarity farmer and I'm just gonna blast like core content, like just monsters in maps.
I think next league is the league to do it because the whole ground loot thing didn't become a big topic of conversation until like a week before the patch, and they definitely haven't. It definitely like was not on their mind. I don't think so. I think like next patch though, they're gonna do like some crazy stuff.
They
So
did say
next patch
they're
is the
gonna
one
give
you'll do.
the flat loot bonus, right? Like double or whatever, like in a month. So if I get 1,000 maps done before the flat loot on a certain amount of rarity, and then get another 1,000 maps done after the flat loot, I got a nice clickbait video that I can put out. Like, is it really
that's
double
good.
the chance? And then I go, oh, it isn't because I only got 1.8 times as many divines. Also, no offense to anyone, specifically you, or specifically Fubgun, but running one fucking map and go, look at this is how shit ground loot is. I ran one map and I got no chaos. That is the lowest sample size you could possibly have in existence for saying, yes, I agree that the ground loot is shit, but running one map and being like, look at that, proves my point. I got in so much trouble for running fucking 200 maps of quant and 200 maps of rarity and saying rarity got me more, so therefore rarity's better. Everyone's been giving me shit for that for years, and you guys run one map and the entire community's like, yeah, I agree, ground loot shit. One map, that's a good sample size for me. Anyway, I'm done ranting.
I totally agree.
Angry Jim.
Sorry, no, I had to fill time because it's really angry laddie.
Imagine though running one of these extremely juiced maps and putting in a spreadsheet everything that dropped. It would take so much longer to get a good sample size of these maps.
I like people that do the juice stuff and then they go, here's what you can expect to get. I didn't pick up all the shit. I like picking up all the shit because I'm a little data fiend. I don't know. But like the people who are like, I'm going to ignore 80% of the bottom loot and I'm going to ignore the Hinokora lock that dropped. And here's the middle ground. I dropped like 28 divs. That's okay. I'm fine with it. Running with strict filters is fine. If you do more than one fucking map, you can't just run one map on a strat and be like, this is what you're expected to get every map. Anyway, rant over. I'm done. Sorry. I looked. You can buy. There is the Kirak has a store, and it says you can get you can get map related items for gold. There you go. Confirmed.
Yeah, that was the change.
Rant over.
Whatever that means.
Also, unique maps. When you buy them off trade, is a guaranteed flat 2K no matter the map.
Are we going to be able to run Untainted? Speaking of unique maps, it's just going to be tradable.
I imagine that's what it says, right?
Yeah,
it's on the thing.
Are they going to be low tiers, or is it going to be I'm going to have tradable T16 Untainteds?
But you could probably get T16s if you're running.
Tradable Tier 16 Untainted is a dream.
That would be
weird.
That would be silly. That would
be
like
it's any different than running 5-way services, right? In trade, it's just I guess there's less friction.
You
Viable XP
run 5 ways yourself.
Viable XP is like, to me, one of the most cringe things you could do in PoE. Same with like buyable gold. Like all of this stuff is so stupid. I don't know. It's just
a lot of people do it though.
It's true.
Colluding to avoid the intended way to experience them is kind of.
I have less of a problem with buyable Untainteds because Untainted Paradise, you at least have to like run around and clear the map. So like I guess you're mapping. Like 5 ways is just you're standing still. You're watching Netflix. You're not playing the game. Like
also Untainted does nothing else. It is his only.
At least you have to move around and clear the map, which I guess is cool. That's like a step in the right direction, I guess. So if that's going to be the best XP method,
I don't know if it's in solo self-found. Getting 100 is almost. Like getting 95 or 96 is intentional within the first couple days, but then 100's a byproduct of just playing the game.
Yep.
My builds are too squishy for that to happen. I need alternative XP sources like Untainted Paradise and 5 ways to even make it to level 95.
I think it's fine. Untainted's fine because like I think you're playing the game, right? So
sure. Yeah.
It's like that's the difference between Untainted and 5 ways, in my opinion. You have to move around and run around the map, so
you can't literally AFK to 100.
Yeah.
There will be a carry though. Like some guy would have a vacuum build. He'll go in and cycle them all up to the portal, and then the killer will come in, and then the 4 people from the TFT carrier will come in, and you'll get your 15 levels in one fucking slam.
Yeah, did you see the 1 hour level 100 run? It was during Calandra. They
they
had Untainted Paradise tiles set up with someone reverse.
Those were way better to be
cycloning all of them.
Those were significantly stronger than
the amount of communication that was happening was amazing.
Kill all of them.
Change.
Calling out numbers, fresh, ready, change, swap.
It's funny.
That run was crazy, and now you can just chain. Presumably, we're assuming that you can just chain Untainted Paradise, which is not quite the same level. You would not get level 100 an hour.
Okay, the previous iteration of this existing in an economic scale is being removed this patch, which was beachheads. That used to be the vibe, and that's
in this last event where you got a loot box for getting level 90, I just ran beachheads.
This is a nerf to fishing, by the way, because Harbingers was the go-to way to get Angler's Plate, and now there's no easy-ish way to get a shit ton of rares, assuming they fix the evolving shrine as well.
Was it Unrelenting Legion's a ton of rares, but you have to have a good build for that.
Yeah, and fishing builds
are really fucky. Those are I don't know if those are good for like a snap thing, but the recrackable legions with like ghosts and all that jazz was a lot of fun.
I mean, I saw
money-making strategy.
I saw people doing that, and it looked kind of crazy, but it didn't look that powerful. It just looked silly, and there's just a lot of unique monsters, a lot of ghosts, but it didn't produce a lot of loot. I guess was the
no, not compared. Well, the thing is, you could do it by yourself versus. I feel like doing it by it was there wasn't like a crazy amount of things that were that level of. Also, it's just like a thing that the scarabs used for it. I don't know if they weren't like the same ones you're using for other stuff, so it was kind of like an offshoot, strategy.
There was Wildwood Exile farming for a bit in Affliction, and then they killed it entirely, kinda, and now they've added it back as a scarab, but you only get like 2 in a map, maybe.
Sure, yeah.
I'm just wondering. The Exile's fallen with Wildwood on them, but then can you fish to get another Wildwood to give them even more Wildwood?
Well, so if you just used Wisp Scarabs, I imagine I should just be additive to the amount of Wisps it does. Because that's adding 2,000 Wisps, right? If they spawn with 2,000 of each, hypothetically, like you could put more Wisps on, it'll maybe crank that up. But those already happen. Like if you're already MFing, at least in that stuff, if you're already MFing Exiles, you have on the Wisp thing. You have on everything that could ever increase. You're just trying to add it all.
I'm curious if you were doing Exiles and SSF, Lighty, because I know in trade, like after the Rogue Exile nerf in 327, they're just completely useless now. I don't know if.
So I tried. So it really wasn't great. It was really, really shit, actually, for the most part. So it was like a week and a half straight of where I was just trying to do. It was like Ghosted, 100% Delirium. Even like low, like whatever, like tier 8, because obviously the toughness got ridiculous, and it's just like it was too much to kill. But it was like Ghosted, Triple Wisp, Delirious, and same thing with the bosses. Like that was actually proving way better. Was doing like City Square was pretty consistent. Yeah, City Square bosses twinned that are all Delirious, Ghosted, and then have Wisps. That was pretty juicy, especially with the ghosts. Like the reopen, I don't remember the name of it. What are the scarab where the ghosts hop back and forth? That one got really, really good. That one I liked a lot because it would just kill. You would have whatever bosses have 5 ghosts. You'd kill that boss, all ghosts transfer to the next boss. You would just get the most bang for your buck. That was actually yielding the best result compared to Exiles.
That does sound very good.
But it's also like as angry as it can get. I mean, it's up there.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
I think the best thing about that is the map boss is like it's the same map layout every time. And it's a very short distance from the portal.
Yep.
Bog's back. You get to do Bog again, Lady.
Yeah, I love Bog strats. It works once every 20 maps. It's great. And it's a really fun time.
Buff your boy up. Get some Bog.
Yeah.
I think City Square does that kind of stuff better, unfortunately. So.
Well, the Bog thing is unique because you could Bog with Meticulous Appraiser is the meme.
Yeah. We ran that before.
Oh, you did? Okay, so I was doing that for a while just because there was like when Groundlit is worse, Meticulous Appraiser kind of feels better because I feel like you're not losing out as much in a weird way. But like, it's just kind of backward logic. But meticulous praise is something I always try to do, but it always feels like it's just on high tier maps. It's like it always feels never worth it to me but it got way better with originator maps. Like because originator maps you can get crazy amount of quant that gets converted to rarity, and then you do like bog. Or it also worked with arid lake, but any of the ones where you could pop the nests and then have the boss have that huge like amount of quant. Then they're like 10 ghosts, wisps, delirium, all the bells and whistles. Ideally get petals on there also, and sometimes you'll get like the couple hundred unique explosions are fun, but it's just like not super consistent. I wouldn't say it's not super consistent. It's incredibly inconsistent to make sure to line it up. Yeah.
Yada gameplay.
Yep. It is fun though. I mean, that's why Affliction was like one of the more attractive leagues of all time for me, especially. It's just it got to that level of degenerate that is exciting, extra exciting. But like you need to have crazy builds. It's not like you can't just walk into Affliction with everything active. There happened to be like a bunch of builds during that time period that could just do it all. Like I think that was like easily to get 100 ever. I mean, that was not your build. That was like I think I played 3 or 4 builds to 100 or something that league. But Mamba Pathfinder was like crazy that league. Chieftain Cast One Stunned was like absurd. Obviously, that was one of the most popular ones. That build they've attempted to kill it once again.
The amount of damage you need though for like the top end builds has been going up and up though with Titanic. I feel like
like
you need. I mean, at least in group when we're talking about Titanic, you look at a build and sometimes you look at builds that are doing 50 billion DPS and you think to yourself, I don't know if that'll be enough, which is like a crazy thing to say. Like it's just sometimes it's not enough for Titanic, which is just insane. Like
especially some of the was it Necro or maybe Necro Settlers? Whenever they had the meat sack meta, some of those meat sacks got like just crazy numbers you had to do.
Yep.
Where it basically didn't even become about killing it because I was almost like for solo, it was just I have to detonate something next to it that could kill it because I can't do enough. There's not enough damage that I could do to kill this thing. Yep.
That was the initial assumption when Delve League came out, and people were like, "Oh, you can go down to like depth 10,000. That means that it's going to have like trillions of health, and the only thing that you're going to be able to do is explode something next to it."
Uh-huh.
I mean, for a little while, it was like throwing dynamite to like progress.
Oh, yeah, dynamite for bosses. That's still really good at deep depth, just because it does so much damage. But this was really funny. Like so that's what they had like in Total League, where everything was ass backwards. The zone being like level 1 or whatever. Just every detonate thing just didn't work because nothing ever like had more levels. So sometimes they just put in that little preventative measure, But they're pretty diligent on nerfing. What was it that Jonathan said about like corpse generation was like the biggest mistake ever in the history of GGG or something? So
I can see why someone could make that argument. It's like
hard.
Having a spell do a percentage of something's health and then being able to scale that multiplicatively is kind of insane.
Well, it's like you're designing upstream. Like every time you're trying to balance the enemy, you're also fighting against yourself because you have to now balance this other thing over here that works off of the enemy, in a weird way. It's like kind of like Reflect in games that have it where it's like, prevalent. So like Last Epic had this kind of problem in the last their season where one of the better builds for doing everything perfectly was just reflecting because it's like I don't they'll do the work, I don't have to. That kind of works in the same way.
They finally nerfed Bloodknot.
Oh, Bloodknot, yeah.
Speaking of like Cast One Stunned builds,
well, they did. But then
that's right after the leak where they the main person of the Cast One Stun build was like, "Hey, we don't need Bloodknot anymore. Like, what build works without it?" It's like,
there's also a lot of other ways to get recoup. To be fair, like that portion of it is not a impossible portion to recreate. The nerf to the chieftain thing, I think, is more important.
What was that?
That it lost.
Yeah, I just thought it was crazy that there was an item that basically said, while you're on low life and have a small amount of recoup, you are basically unkillable unless you get one shot. And that persisted for like 5 weeks.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they did come after Cast One Stun pretty much every league for the past 5 leagues in some way, like to the point where you'd put on Valerium, take it off, get more here, get more there, reducing the Fizz converted out into Elemental. Like they keep going after it. Blood Notch nerf, and then nerfing Hinekora Death Fury. So you instead of doing 500%, you now do 250%. That's like these are all pretty substantial. And also, the more important one for the current iteration is the new. This one came out of left field as far as I'm concerned, but nerfing ultimatum was I didn't expect that to happen. Where they added a new variable that prevents block.
I did. I think ultimatum is insane, and it's also a thing that's like also kind of ripe for abuse when it comes to like multi-boxing. Honestly,
Sure. Oh yeah, so, any mechanic that's super AFK like that, yeah.
When you have it already set up at the highest level and you have the scarabs, like you're printing like it could be like 40 divine pure I'll get an hour just from inscribed. Like it wouldn't be crazy if you got, Yeah. Not to mention all the other the degeneracy.
So I'm not surprised they ate a nerf, to be honest. At least to the cast and stun shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the meta for it. Like there's still builds that can full clear the 13 wave random even with the new block thing, but it's like, hey, you actually have to think about your build and invest into it properly.
I think cast and stun can still do it probably. It's just gonna have to
do random chance you could, but
no, you'll just build it slightly different. Like there's so many other avenues to make that build operate. Not even talking about like the weird things like all the ward changes and stuff. Like ward loop could be back in a way. There's a lot of things that like could come back that are similar, especially with the CDR gems, and that's going to unlock a lot of shenanigans. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
I just mean like the ones where the ruin or whatever comes in. Like block was more or less the only way. I don't know if it hits your ward and your ward goes away. Do you still get a ruin stack?
Yeah, you've been hit. I think it still counts, right? Like it should work. Actually, I don't know for a fact. I'm talking on my ass. Let me look this up. To me, it makes sense. Yeah. I think getting hit, having your ward be taken off is already admitting.
Well, if you can cast one damage taken from your ward getting hit, and ward loopers do that, then yeah, you'd get ruin still. He's gonna Google it. Fair enough.
Evasion. No, it's just evasion, spell dodge, and block prevent ruin from being applied.
Yeah, you are hit and you effectively take damage, so it would apply a ruin stat as far as.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just eliminating AFK ways to do ultimatum. I mean, you could like do evasion, but then that's still like entropy, and still only get so far.
You just wouldn't be able to AFK it. You just have to move, or just don't take that.
Playing the game, I don't know, guys. We have King's March. We have AFK ultimatum.
Simulacrum.
Yeah.
True. I'm gonna link skill myself.
They're gonna have to change Simulacrum. All the ultimatum farmers are gonna move over and start printing voices. Kind of.
So you could argue that sim stocks are already up because of gem leveling being way more prevalent this league. So just because you're gonna need to have multiple gems to use that new currency on, that's gonna like give you a free. I mean, that's one thing that I haven't really heard too much people talking about, but everyone just gets a free link this league, right? I mean. For the most part,
yeah, but it's like a level 1. I mean, it's better than level
1's pretty good.
6 link if it's free, but it's still like meh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really curious if that's going to be able to hit item rarity. I don't know if they said it yet.
The blue ones should be able to. I would assume.
That's a little gross.
Aren't they color attributed?
How much rarity is level 1? I actually don't even know.
I'm gonna guess 25.
20 something.
Race you to it.
It is it's 40. That's nice. More than nothing.
That's
not for nothing. Actually. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. Because anyone who's using anything blue, if you could just get item rarity tacked on. I mean, not that it's required, but like I know a lot of builds, a lot of eventuality for a lot of builds for us was, using Shaper bodies for item rarity, just because it's no reason not to. Just because, especially it feeds into gold. It's like. One of those things where more better. So if every single blue build can now just have item rarity for free, that's something.
No reason not to.
Or every green skill can just have a culling strike for free. There's a couple things.
Is it going to be to put that Parandus ring on for the off chance that you get the converts wisdoms into currency Mirage?
Oh, 0.
So
well, go the bloodlines.
basically,
You get 3 rings, and you get 3 Parandus rings, and you get 9% chance to get wisdoms.
So what you're telling me is every 33.3 mobs I kill, I get potentially an extra trans.
Yeah, but you get the extra. You get the lab font at the end that turns a high gem into a random currency, and you just get a free transmute. I want to know if it converts the stack. Like, if I get a big stack of wisdoms, like 40 wisdoms, would that then convert into 40 random currencies, or would it be a conversion into a stack of currency, stack of transmutes?
And if you purchase the Keurig Battle Pass, then it does. But aside from
Yeah,
that, no.
that was a weird.
No, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know.
I love asking questions that Lighty doesn't have the answer to because it makes me feel better about not having to read the patch notes. Because if I ask anything else, it'd be like, well, the Q&A or the developer draft, they talked about this and that, and you're an idiot for asking.
It could have been brought up. It's definitely. I mean, they mentioned it. It's just not a thing I think that's going to be relevant because it would be really, really bad if that was relevant. And if that was like an actual mainline strat was like, yeah, run Parandus rings and convert wisdoms, I'd be like, oh, we're in a cooked timeline if this is happening.
If it became meta, it would be hilarious. That's the thing. It's got to be so good that it becomes meta, and that'll be fun.
Well, speaking of uniques, one thing I guess want to talk about was the unique item changes. A lot of the T0s that were simply not great are some of them are better, some of them are really better. One of the ones that to me is the most interesting, not that I could really guarantee getting one anytime soon, is Lion Eyes Glare is kind of spicy looking. The just doubling your attacks but then 50% more attack speed, that's kind of juicy.
I think I don't know. I think some of these are better, but I think a lot of them still need a little bit more juice to become viable. Personally, like
I've got like Marohi. I don't think I'll ever use still.
I thought that Soul Taker would have gotten souls on hit personally.
Yeah,
but
same.
Instead of on kill
is kind of really sad.
A little cringe.
I mean, it's a T0, and that effect already exists on Replica, or not Replica, Foulborn Headhunter, the soul on hit. Yeah. Like, why can't we give it to the weapon, I guess?
Or at least Soul Ascension's version. Or Soul Ascension's is on kill for rare and uniques, right? Or on hit for rare and uniques.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it double exists.
Boss drop glove designed by Zizarin that gives you.
Yeah, there might be. I don't know what it's called, but it's definitely it's probably something. Yeah.
So why can't the rarest tier of item get this effect on a weapon? It's like your weapon's lower DPS because obviously it's not the best like PDPS whatever weapon you could be using. So it's like, well, why can't we give it an effect like Soul Eater? Is it really too broken? I don't know. Really weird to me. It feels like they keep also trying to buff the T0s, but I don't feel like they don't give them enough oomph, I guess.
Especially because they're not like remotely in line with the other ones still. Like that's not even
the belts.
Oh, even like Calandra's Touch, Squire, I think both of those are still objectively better than they're doing something I think better than these. Also, Soul Taker, there's no mention of Kingmaker, so Kingmaker just didn't get the same.
Kingmaker's an AG. Kingmaker's an AG item. Like it just doesn't exist.
I know, but my free fortifying call.
True.
I like the Sibyl's change. It's just 100%. Talk about that. What we're saying, sorry.
I still think it needs more though. Like it's
yeah.
You could do it with
are any of these the T0 changes attractive for you? Like, just can you see yourself using any of them? I mean, Essentia Sanguine just because it's way more damage, I guess. But
I don't know. I just think they need more for I think they need to bring him up to the level of Squire, Calandra's Touch. It feels like they need a lot more to become this level of item, I guess.
Essentia Sanguis. I still have one in standard that is the old base that it used to be. So it has a much higher base attack speed. And that item, and it also has like 50 life on hit instead of 2% life leech.
Yeah.
And that item, every time they buff Essentia Sanguis, I go back and divine it. and that version of the item I feel like I would use in League.
I think we've lost money over time by them keep buffing this because you keep using divines on it.
I mean, well, the divines used to be cheaper when I did this.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I if I got a Beanos in League week 1, I might I could see myself re-rolling to use it for something. If I got it anytime past week 1, I just got 3 million dust. That's what just happened, basically. That's how it feels for like a lot of these still. Like a Soul Taker, like you said, the Soul Taker would be straight to a Kingmaker. I'd be like, oh cool, I just got Fortifying Call. Thank you. There's Mirage. There's a lot of these are. The hesitation is the weapon thing, right? It's because they're weapons. They don't want to go back to a position where weapons are unique dominated slot. I get that to a degree, but they got to make them do something more unique. The problem is they're just not unique enough. Yeah, but they're not doing unique enough things to be worthwhile with their lowered weapon stats. If all the damage wasn't derived from weapons, then for a lot of these
items in that they're T0 and they have dust, and that's it. Like King's March has given them value. It's not the fact that they're good.
Thank God. Problem solved.
But so for like Mirohi, for example, if Mirohi got the same thing that was it Tauho's Rising, whatever the Settler's Hammer has, if it has the same Echo Striking effect, you're effectively doubling your damage. This is like now on the table, I feel like, as an item. But it just, if every slam you did echoed, and it, there's something to be said about that. Kind of like how Line has Glare. Like, I think this could be kind of comparable to like 85th or 90th percentile bow to a degree.
They said designing something to be crazy is easy and doable, and that's why they did it with Mirage League, like it modifying all the extra like League mechanics. I just need to design something crazy for each of the T0.
Well, that's not hard. You just make the numbers bigger.
Yeah, no, make the numbers bigger. They made the numbers bigger how they thought would make something good with that. Is it Bloodseeker or the other thing that's like lightning damage or something? But it's still not enough to outcompete.
Well, for those, yeah. But like, give a mace that's swinging at less than once per second. It's got to hit like a freight train. I mean. It's a little tricky.
I mean, they made like the poison spread radius big better, and isn't that good? Make good.
Yeah, and you also know what it is now.
Compete with yeah.
It's a real buff.
Does that mean now that it's a variable, it can be like scaled higher with like increased AOE? Because like
assuming it's always a variable.
Yeah, I suppose it would be, but now it's like double, so you get more.
I don't know if it's referenceable, like from global scaling. It should be if it's named on an item as 3 meters. So the equivalent would be that's 300 Unreal units if this was an Unreal, right? That 300 centimeters, right? That would be if that you global area of effect that should reference this and scale that value up. I don't know for a fact if it does or doesn't because I have not used a Beanos since, Obama was in office. That was the last time, I think. So since then, I have not touched a Beanos, but
that item.
Yeah.
To
be fair, there was
before the Pathfinder Ascendancy came out.
Well, not even that. There was a glove last league that did this basically. Like Foulborn, embalmers basically did this, and they removed them from the game because they want you to use a Beanos if you're going to do that. I think. Like to get poison prolifting to that degree, I think it may be the reason why they just gutted the item. Who knows?
Now, if you want it, you can farm your T0.
You will use Beanos and you will like it.
Yes.
True.
It doesn't drop from that barrel, does it anymore? No.
I'm assuming it's still on the table. It should be on the table still. The weighting is probably like 1 in 10,000. I mean, it's got to be astronomically shit to get a Beanos from that.
Astronomically shit.
Yeah, right.
Describing GG.
It's a technical term.
It is. No. They did nothing wrong.
It's just I don't think astronomically shit.
They're not shit because they get you dust, and the dust gets you recalming, and recalming's great. So they're all great. Getting one that's the ultimate meme. You'd still feel fine. And especially
They have
SSF,
good
but like
high alc value.
trade.
Yeah.
They have a high alc. There's a floor. There's a floor to the cost of a T0.
I fondly remember as a noob who had been playing for like less than 100 hours, I was like looking on the wiki, what are some good weapons? And I saw Binos, kitchen knife, and I picked up every single white slaughter knife on the ground and used every chance orb I found.
Yeah, that's not gonna be
to
enough.
try to get one. I was still in like Act 6.
Well, to be fair, you don't know unless you try, right? And what the league that Skyforth was released, I chanced one, and so that was ridiculous at the time for Skyforth.
And it had to be eye level 84, right?
No, it was from
chancing
it was from it was from a merciless arid lake or dry lake, whatever the zone was called.
Oh yeah, the odds of that are insane.
Yeah. So it happens. There's some of the other unique changes that are really interesting to me is the woe spike change, which I kind of saw coming because that ring was very, very strong. But they nerfed it twice and then they popped it on the Uber version of Incarnation of Fear, which I guess I feel like they saw the videos of people one-shotting bosses with impales and thought that was probably not a great thing to keep in the game.
Oops.
Yeah. That's such a gross item because this league I played. I mean, like many people who mess with the tree, they accidentally pooped out 1,000 DPS weapon, right? Just as a byproduct of interacting with the tree. It was like, oh, I'll play slams, and then you get this item, and you're like, wait a second, this is great. Who knew having massive impales that just keep going is great? So I'm not surprised about that change.
Ever since they came out with like the Impaler Keystone, the gloves, I think Call of Steel was still part of the setup. Yeah, just apply 5 huge impales and detonate.
Yeah, impales it's a fun one. There's a reason that entropics are quite good for a lot of endgame physical casters. It just impales a cool thing.
That's another smooth brain thing. I don't understand it. Makes no sense. It's like a PoE2 thing of charges. You put all this on it and then press a button. It's like there's too many buttons, man. One too many buttons.
Oh, well, impale just works if you just hit shit. You don't have to think about
popping it just makes it.
The Call of Steel's a whole other thing. Yeah. If you just slap something that impale, it's like you just do more damage. You don't have to think about it more than that.
Shock for melee, but melee's already got shock. What?
No, think about it this way: impaling the enemy sounds like it would do damage.
Right. So if it sounds like it would do damage, then it does.
Yeah,
it does.
Impaling the enemy does deal damage.
It's true.
So why
eventually it'll do damage?
Why didn't they make impale a new type of damage? Like you're like they're gonna make holy damage. They should have made impale a whole new type of damage. What the hell? Like,
there's not a lot of physical. Yeah.
It's like reflected physical, but it's also impale damage because there's impale effect.
It's true. Yeah, it's a subcategory of physical for sure. It's a cool thing though. I like impale also not because it's not explicitly an alternate path of scaling damage that isn't crit, but you can definitely go like RT and scale damage through impale, kind of similar to bleeds. And these are all like different, distinct paths of scaling. Do all roads eventually still probably lead to crit, like most of them, but just because bigger numbers are better. But you wouldn't be like laughed at if you were playing, an impale build. Yeah.
Not laughed out of the room.
No. Some of the that used to be a thing. I mean, that was for a lot of builds. Like scaling was just you're doing crit, you're non-crit. It was just like, oh, you're smart or you're dumb. Like that's what it became. Like for years, kind of, because it was just it wasn't a variety of avenues of scaling, But now there's the game is so diverse now. I feel like, although a lot of times people talk. I'll be as guilty as anybody saying this build's dead or this is the new best thing, and that's the case. But the gap between the amount of builds that are viable and not is, I would say, in generally healthier than ever, especially going back 3-4 years. I mean, there's so many. You could look on Pew and Ninja for just even league start for certain categories, and you'll just see 20, 30 different builds that are all up there.
They're doing good then. It's not just all cock.
It's gonna be kinetic fusillade. That's what you're gonna see.
Yes. On League Start and Trade, it's like the most egregious looking gap for sure.
Yeah.
But after like week 1 or 2, you'll start to see like a lot of people, because some people just do things like mechanically they feel better. Like Reeve historically, like in the past year or so, wasn't the most popular of the like melee crit builds compared to things like the lightning strikes or the frost blades, but it's not like it's substantially worse unless some of them are doing like some degenerate double hitting for single target. And there's a few that kind of fit in that same kind of category.
Reeve is the premier skill of choice for groups right now, which is
really
funny.
big AoE.
Well, there's you can snapshot, which is a big thing with that skill. There's a Vol version of the skill, and the base version gives you more AoE per stage. But if you use the Vol version, it grants you more max stages. So when you use the Vol version, you get like +4 stages or whatever. But then if you continue to attack with the normal, as long as you don't stop hitting stuff, you'll keep those stages, which gives you more AoE. And then on top of that, there's quality. The quality on Reeve gives you more stages, and what you can do is, make some funny synthesized weapon with a bunch of, plus support gems and put an enhance in it. And then you can also snapshot the quality on your offhand. So you weapon swap, use your Vol Reeve, and you swap back. And as long as you keep hitting stuff, you have like a Reeve that's just insanely like huge, the size of the earth, that just hits everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, even without any of that base Vol Reeve and then regular Reeve with 8 stacks, it's still like most of the screen.
It's good. Yeah, it's good without any of that is the thing. But if you choose to like do the some of the more shenanigan type stuff, it really just it goes so far. It blows my mind. Like it goes literally 3 screens away, and you're just hitting stuff and killing it. And you're like, wait, where did that item drop? And it's like way over there. And you're like, how am I hitting that? Like it's just crazy skill.
Why tornado shot when you can Reeve?
Yeah,
but
map? Like to that point, it's still just barely in the top 5 of the like one-hand crit strike skills, because it's just, I don't know, people are like red pilled for like certain skills like lightning strike, frost blades, even flicker. You could argue like some of these things are just publicly consumed more, despite numerically things like whatever Smite of Divine Judgment or Zenith or whatever just being like in certain cases way better
because it looks cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but all I was really just saying is that the gap between what is best and what is 5th best or even 8th best is like not the Grand Canyon, especially when you have trans skills. Like some of them change skills by a degree, but it's like they're all viable at the moment.
Agreed.
Yeah, Smite is a good example. It's a good one also.
I was really hoping Sweep would attack faster so I could make a helicopter build.
Well, that's up to you to make, right? You could make it. Oh, talking about, give it Soul Eater, give it a bunch of stuff.
So slow.
Sure.
I remember theory crafting. So this is old Sweep. This was years ago. It has built-in knockback and everything, right? So my plan was to have the proximity shield Spectre on top of me, and then sweep as fast as possible to knock everything out of the shield so that I could never take any damage. Like that was the theory behind the build. I don't remember exactly how I tried to scale attack speed, but I put like all of my points and all of my gear into attack speed, and I think I was only hitting 5 attacks. It was just so slow.
You can do Reeve and knock everything back 3 screens away, so that when it finally dies, you have to walk so fucking far to pick it up.
Good.
Do blights so that when the towers don't work off screen, at least Reeve does.
What was the condition for the sweep to? These are all these holy skills have like secondary conditions, right? Like if you consume a charge or do a thing, they all.
You gotta hit something with.
I spelled sweep wrong.
Some of the things that you hit with sweep get a second hit from above.
Holy sweep, yeah.
I love when they call down hits from above. That's my favorite skill in PoE too. Because it just happens.
Swings a 2-handed mace or well, it's only mace or staff. Yeah, that's right. Not a 2-handed mace or staff. Not a very small subsection of options there. Well, you can still use
the slowest thing.
Well, no, you can use experimental base. I mean, staves are way better.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So that isn't it? There's no condition. It's just sweep swings and calls down holy hammers to land randomly. Randomly is weird. Does that imply that it's not targeted?
It's
or
if
just
I
within
remember
the sweep
correctly
radius?
from listening to the reveal, it's like if you hit a whole pack, it doesn't cause the secondary strike for all of them. It's like completely random.
The holy hammer hits can't be evaded, but you still have to. You still need accuracy for the sweep itself. I wonder what the damage. Well, I don't know if it does, depending on how that is ratioed, right? If your sweep is doing 10% of your damage and the hammer's doing 90%, maybe you just
you'll be
give
sitting
up
there with a slow
sweep.
attack skill, 60% accuracy, miss 3 times in a row, and then
It's also it depends on
damage.
We have to see the way to see the gems, right? But I don't know if the hammers themselves have different scalars than the sweep would, right? So that could also change things. For example, if the hammers had like a lightning tag or whatever, and the sweep portion didn't, maybe you could scale it a certain way by adding like. I mean, you can't, but like an archmage equivalent of something where it's like you give a bunch of flat to them. And then, or make them lucky,
Or
there's
if the
probably
hammers
something.
count as them attacking, not you attacking, so you can kill the bubble
They
people.
count as minions. Yeah, what
like
if they're
they come down
minions?
and into the bubble from above and murder.
The hammers are actually behind the scenes, the falling zombies. Just reskin.
Could be. And then Winter Orb got buffed. Well, baby.
That's
a real surprise.
Good now.
Needs a tiny bit more damage, and it'll be great.
Yeah. Winter Orb the problem is Winter Orb, I think, from a design POV, is such a problem of a skill. And it really was when it first came out. It's always
all anyone played.
Well, it's everything that I feel like they hate when it comes to designing a skill. It's auto-targeted, automated, great clear, great single target, kind of shotguns, one button. Like it feels like it's ticking every box.
Yep.
Of being an almost problem, The
damage sucks.
Yeah. Well, that's the missing pillar, right? It's like if it just gets enough damage, then it's like once it is enough, it is enough. It's close. It's on the cusp.
I can finally dust off. In standard, I have a Fractal Thoughts with +2 Winter Orb stages.
Yeah.
You've got
the new
piles upon piles of niche standard gear that's just like when the buff finally comes, I'm gonna make a video, make a build. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Larry?
It feels like it's like the bike that's in your garage for 4 years that you keep saying you're gonna ride. It's I don't know if it's even when you get the Winter Orb becomes good enough. Will you actually play it in standard?
Almost certainly not, unless it's
there you go. Okay.
giga broken.
Yeah.
The only time I've ever gone back and played a character in standard was that one light radius cast on crit fireball character. They kept changing the fireball threshold jewel to be better and better, and then like drop disabled it, but it still works. And so every patch it was like getting a bigger and bigger fireball radius for a while, and then I went and tried it.
Have you guys picked what you're going to be league starting as? Or is that still up in the air?
I already talked about mine.
Yeah.
We're playing league start. We have some Fusillade people. We're also going into Ultimatum. We're Ultimatum abusing day 1 and 2 for startup currency.
You were just talking how bad those Ultimatum people are, and you're like, though they make like 40 dividend a day.
Oh, it's the best.
Well, they're not going to AFK and multi-box.
Listen, I'm on a mission because I think it's stupid. I did the same thing with Sanctum, if you remember. Okay, I took care of the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
But no, we're doing Ultimatum for the first day or so just to get currency, and then we're gonna do Armor Stacker Reeve. That's the play.
Yep. What variation of are you doing Ascendant? No, but I'm saying like what's Ascendancy? You're gonna go Champion, or are you doing Ascendant
for auras?
No, for the Armor Stacker.
Oh, the Armor Stacker is Slayer, and we use the Champion Forbidden Flesh and Flame for the more armor per fortify. That node is crazy in party.
Yep.
You get a character that gives you like 65 fortify, and then you use the champ node, and it's like 100% more armor, and then you play an armor stacker. It's just
It could be like the Foulborn formless flame and like the Southbound, like that whole thing, or
what is Foulborn formless flame? Oh, that's the. I mean, the helmet. We just use normal formless flame. I don't think the Foulborn does it a ton. The normal one's fine. But yeah, it's just armor stacker, do a lot of damage. There's a lot of synergies in 6-man for armor stacker, so we're just kind of like waiting. We're just waiting to see. Good. Yeah, we're waiting to see how long armor stacker goes before it gets nerfed. It hasn't been nerfed yet. I don't think enough like solo players play the archetype for it to be nerfable. So
I've always wanted to, purely for Delve. I mean, now's a good time because Delve is apparently profitable.
Using Reaver Refraction for that.
We're using Refraction because we want to apply brittle, so we want a little bit of cold damage. Otherwise, yeah, you could use either, but they're about the same.
The Reaver, are they gonna go like ashes just to get the the stage quality as high as possible?
We're going full abuse. We're making a synth offhand weapon and get the Vol Reeve shenanigans with not Dialas, but we're using ashes. If you want to go full degenerate, you can even like chest swap a Dialas, which is like that's degenerate. Gross. We're not doing that. We're not swapping items, but like I think weapon swapping is like okay. Gear swapping is not okay. I think is where we're at for that kind of thing.
Is it Unstoppable Hero? Is that the ascent?
The more armor per fortification and more increased attack speed per fortification.
This is one of those things that like you can almost build an SSF to a degree. Like you could almost get there. Every time like armor stacking is just kind of off the table.
Yeah, it's definitely gear heavy.
Yeah, the jewels are also a problem.
That too.
Yeah.
I wish I had something more interesting.
It's
good though. Build for maximum fortify stacks as a single player, you end up sacrificing a lot.
Well, fortify, because you got to use the. I mean, there's a lot. You could fortify stack no problem in solo stuff, and just farm.
It's beacon. Beacon's the big problem because it's plus 15 fortify. It's massive, but that debuff and managing those boots is like so annoying, and it's so hard to get all the debuff reduction. It's so annoying.
Yeah, I tried a build that so I had 61 fortify or something, and I simply embraced the madness debuff. I got like 6,000 ward, and I used the 90% less or reduced flask effect or something from the madness stacks. And let me tell you, that build is terrible. It sounds amazing. You have 61 fortify stacks and like 6,000 permanent ward. It's terrible. It's
it just needs more than you could probably do on your own. I mean, especially, I'm more so in the. I have many party questions, right? Because I'm not allowed to play in this sandbox.
And I have no friends.
What's it like? True. What's the aura split dynamic? Is there like somebody's going offensive, someone's going defensive, someone's doing curses? Like, what's that makeup look like?
Curses have been dead for many years now.
Okay.
The reality is, a lot of people have a notion of what party play is. They think Aurabot, Cursebot, but in reality, Aurabot is probably the weakest party member in terms of what it provides to the party. Cursebots don't even exist anymore because the things that Cursebots did before was provide penetration. And GG has just been kind of like adding so many ways to get penetration. We have Sap of the Seasons, Enmity's Embrace, the Ring. Like there's just so many great ways to get pen these days. And so Cursebot just like doesn't do anything. On top of the fact that Curse has got like 12 different nerfs. Like that's the old thing. The thing it used to be able to shine at is no longer important, I guess, in the meta. Yeah. But the Orbot is simply just kind of there to stack Grace Effect. That's its like main job, because you're playing an armor stacker. Your main scaling vector is armor, and you use Iron Reflexes with Grace. So you're actually a Grace stacker. You're not even like a normal Orbot. Your only job is to stack as much Grace Effect as possible, and the defenses come from literally all the other party members. You have people abusing banners, you have people abusing war cries, you have fortify shenanigans, you have the druggery giving recovery, and like the Orbot's like the least important component of the party's defenses these days. It's changed a lot since the last few years.
Does the druggery character do anything else?
The druggery is a hybrid character. It does war cries, so it's a war cry bot, and it chugs the flask. So war cries give crazy buffs. There's like more armor, increased movement speed, endurance charges, regen. Like there's tons of buffs you get from war cries. So that's one thing it does. And then the druggery is it's if you don't know what it is, it's a belt that lets you share the life recovery from a flask. You can juice up the amount of life recovery from flask to crazy degrees. I don't know if people know this, but like life flask and PoE are insanely broken. The amount of recovery you can get from flasks on like a Pathfinder is crazy. Like
even at the
I'm talking 50,000 life recovery per second, right? And then you put on the belt and like you just share that with everybody on the party. It's just you can reach crazy numbers. But yeah, that's
the more or less top party from PoE 1 is like among the community's eyes are chugging life flask like motherfuckers. See, yeah, that's like a noble experience. I love it. It's like I wouldn't have expected it. I'd be like, oh, they're all mage blooding out or something. But it's like one guy is the parent helicopter and it's like making sure everyone's got their drinks.
We never use mage blood actually. I mean, we try and keep it cheap, I guess. Like we always gear our characters to where we can clear the content comfortably, and we kind of like stop investing. We usually aren't like just buying mage bloods on everybody and running around. It's just usually not what we're doing.
What's the question? So if you're not running a mage blood, I guess previously you would have run what, a Foulborn Headhunter or something on the Reaver?
Well, we used Foulborn Headhunter last league because it's kind of a shame because the belt slot, normally people, if like you're playing a carry, you put on a Headhunter, but if you're culling, this isn't something you can do, right? Because you're not the one receiving the kills. And so the Foulborn, exactly. The Foulborn Headhunter that came in last league was actually super cool because now we get a very powerful belt slot that gives us Soul Eater, which is something we like really could never use before. And that belt was only like 3 divines in trade league, which was criminal because of how powerful it was. I just like people want the normal Headhunter, I guess. So. Hopefully it's cheap again.
Yeah. That one didn't get... So, of the Foulborns that got gutted, because there's a couple where, like, the Embalmer, Barracks or Spike, just you can have them double. Yeah. Those are the main ones.
There's Choir and the Claws.
Choir, Howa, the Dreams got nerfed. Dune, QBR. That one got hit.
Yeah. I think the Claws needed a bigger nerf, but
yeah, it's still pretty huge. They didn't change the scaling. I guess they just think it in concert with the int nerf that maybe it's just going to dissuade people.
Yeah, but still, I mean, that build was doing billions of DPS with 20,000 energy shields. So it's like, okay, we cut the ES by
15k energy shield. Yeah, it's like
So we're 15k ES, but now we're doing like only single digit billions. Like the build's still probably crazy, right? Like top end.
Yeah.
So
I did snoop. There was a 40 div version, like just baby's first steps into instacking. It's like 150 mil DPS. And then after all the patches, it's still like 70 or 60. It's like
that's weird. So like
that's good.
It's like crazy good, and it's so cheap.
What's really crazy is like the int change. I feel like only hurts the lower end of the lower chunk of players, because if int got shit enough that where you wouldn't do it, you would just tattoo the int into ES 1. Yeah. So it's like. And those are good. Those were already not cheap for the average Joe, So it's like the downside is only going to affect people who can afford int tattoos. Because, I don't... It just seems like a strange one to me. Unsure. So we have the gray stacking person, and that's the same as the... So the gray stacking, is that the aura stacker, or is there also...
It's the aura bot is what you would know as an aura bot.
Aura bot. There's the flask person. There's a Reeve person.
That's the carry, yeah. We have some oddball supports. We have a guy who
who just does maximum fortify. He wears Beacon of Madness, stacks a bunch of fortify, and he also does banners. That character is really broken. I'm actually aghast that banners didn't get nerfed at all this patch. They are so insanely broken. The Russian community is actually very on board with banners, and I think a lot of their league starters, their like day one uber pushing builds is like Poisonous Concoction of bouncing, just full on abusing the defenses of banners, like, and they just go straight into ubers and they can crutch banners for defenses. It's really, really disgusting, actually, how good that build is.
So, and you run a full party of 6. What's the last person doing? I think that was 5 people.
Let me look at the list because it's Mana Guardian. This is tried and true. Just a little bit extra ES, and then you link. It's very simple build. You just stack mana, you get ES. Very cookie cutter, but it's powerful.
And the main, obviously,
give armor.
So the thing about the Mana Guardian is that it doesn't count as base armor. When you reserve all your mana, it's like a flat armor value that gets added on top, and it cannot be scaled by increases to armor on the other character. So it's quite weak in that regard. But the ES, for some reason, doesn't work like that. I don't know why. The ES gets scaled. So yeah, I don't know.
Them's the breaks. Yeah. And the benefit of being in a 6-person party is you have I would say the main reason you're using this party setup is because you have to use 6 people because you want the party quant or how party scales.
We just like playing with each other. I don't know that we.
Okay, no, that's what I was asking. The reason I was asking is more so you're not like forcing filling slots to reach 6. It's just you happen to have 6 people, and that's why
they always get their first week of we're gonna just see how hard we can push the league kind of thing.
Yeah. We just want to go maximum fiesta, jam as many people in there as we can, and then I mean, we talk about this a lot. We don't actually make that much currency per hour, even compared to like moderately competent solo players. It's just we just like playing with each other, man. It's as simple as that.
Farm and clips, not money.
Yeah. I mean, we drop a mage blood or whatever, right? We have to do the math. We have a trader and 6 people, so divide by 7. If we've dropped the mage blood, divide by 7. Okay, we made 20 div. Like sometimes that's worth less than a solo player dropping a single apothecary card or whatever, right? So.
This is what they say. This is the rich people when you get them in front of the court. It's like it's trickle down economics.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you really shouldn't. Don't nerf the party players. We make
costs.
nothing. We have to split the costs.
The real abuse in party is like people multi-boxing, which is a shame. Like that's where the real abuse happens, because then you have one person that's benefiting from the party quant of the 6 players, and so stuff like ultimatum is problematic. Stuff like people multi-boxing blight is problematic. Like those things are definitely not great. But I think as far as your like average party that gets put together to go farm, they generally like make a lot less than solo players. And when we put out all of our numbers, we put out how much we make, and it's like sometimes it's like 7 divines per hour, which is terrible for any moderate juicer, right? So
have any of the changes or upcoming changes in the patch, are those going to be substantial or for your trader, or has like any of the recent changes to like async or any of that sort of stuff been like affecting your first week party dynamic for trading?
Well, the main thing is we have to now level. We used to not have our traders level at all. They're just level 1 sitting in hideout all the time. But now with async, they have to level because you unlock Faustus at Act 6. And you definitely need async trade to, be a trader. So they have to level now, which is something different. Definitely.
And they need gold also, right?
You actually don't need gold to list stuff. You only need gold to buy stuff.
Oh, okay.
So
interesting.
We actually have 2 traders. We have one guy that like puts together or like helps buy the gear and stuff, and he also buys mapping supplies and helps us roll maps and that kind of thing. And then you have one guy that just exclusively sells stuff. He's just like selling as much stuff as we can.
It's a little goblin sitting at his little desk.
He's a little goblin. Yeah.
Doing his maths, undercutting.
So that's what he does.
Yeah, no. I know a guy who does the salsa for group trading stuff.
A team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Optimal loot goblining. He doesn't even need to go in and pick stuff up. He's selling constantly.
Yeah. No, most because one of Well, he doesn't play solo self-found because we have like the guys in like our solo self-found team. Some of them are friends of the guys who play trade, so that's why I was just curious. Because I know that's like a really interesting part of the thing for trade. That's like I'll never be able to tap into that joy of having a little trade friend. You know.
The hardest thing is like getting everybody together, making everybody's schedules align, all of that stuff that's outside
That
of
I
the
can
game is
relate
like
to. Yeah.
definitely the hardest part.
That's a whole other thing. Well, we got 4 people here right now, so that's
Yeah,
a
I get
miracle.
a taste of that every 3 months, 3 to 4 months.
We got 5 of the 6 people here. The person we're missing is the carry.
Yep.
That would be incredibly painful now I think about it. I was just like, these podcasts go on a lot long enough. We could all party up and try and get through the campaign as a group and just talk the whole time.
No.
But I would drag you down so hard, so never mind.
No,
We don't have 9 hours for a podcast.
That's got to be a whole thing also, planning like the efficacy of routing and portaling. I'm sure that's all mapped out to a degree, or has it just become second nature for party play, where it's like you're dropping portal anchors?
Yeah, the campaign hasn't changed, so it's definitely like down to a science at this point. People put a portal here, warp here, you split 5 different people do different objectives at the same time. I mean, I think the optimal size for actually pushing campaign is 4. 6 is like you're just dealing with additional people having to load in and it slows you down. But yeah, I mean, coordinated 4-mans in SSF environments, they complete the campaign in like 2 hours, 15 minutes, and that's the campaign. I've seen 4-stone runs that are like, 6 hours, which is in SSF, which is like crazy. But yeah, those are like the real Giga Blasters. We're nowhere near that time. We don't like practicing, honestly. We just like to. I feel like it diminishes our league experience a little bit. I feel like we get burned out a little bit.
Sure.
Definitely.
That'd be a bummer. It's hard to extract the main joy of min-maxing that is getting to what you want to do faster. But if it comes at the cost of not having fun throughout the entire time, what's the point, right? Like,
as soon as you introduce the element of we need to be as fast as possible, then you add like friction between people when someone doesn't go fast enough. Like it ruins fun.
Yeah, inter-team drama occurs.
I mean, I've seen my fair number of team implosions. Like, this is funny because there's always a perception that you just like get some people together, throw on like Magic Find or whatever, and go receive all of your divines, mage bloods, and it's so easy. But then like people go together, they have mismatched expectations, they like don't work well together, and the team just implodes immediately. And it's like, okay, it's always funny to watch.
As long as it's not happening to you, yeah.
Yeah. We're just vibing. We're there to have fun. We don't care that much.
That's the most important thing, man. Playing games to have fun.
True.
Do you catch any of your teammates playing second monitor games during the first week? Got any?
I know for a fact a few of them have old school RuneScape. They're chopping trees or something. 100%.
I'm cutting
Can't be
gems
losing
right
experience.
Laddie's probably playing RuneScape right now.
Somebody's at the gem crab in this podcast. I'm not going to say who.
At least 3 of you. Fucking
maybe.
Yeah.
Get any good drops? No, RuneScape.
Not from the gem crab.
No, yeah, no drops.
Yeah, the
XP.
The previous podcast thing we did, I think I was PVM and it was kind of distracting. So right now I'm just doing bank standing skills. Don't have to concentrate at all.
Fucking RuneScape players, man.
I just every now and then I'll glance over and see people in my Discord raiding currently doing Chambers of Xerix, and I see that someone just got a pet, so that's something, Shouts out to him.
Hell yeah, you got that beef pet yet?
Oh, everyone's got the beef pet. That's done.
That
was like a day 2 thing for pretty much everybody. How long can you sit at a cow for? I did like watch people doing the Uber cow was watch people in the Discord progress. That was funny because that boss is no joke. Big angry cow.
So I'm in the RuneScape clan that has Tai and Zizarin in it right now, and I'm just watching what they're doing in chat this whole time.
Yeah, I was talking to Ziz in his stream a couple of days ago. He was on his hardcore progressing. and he was like answering questions, but also just like trying to do quests and stuff. And I was like, please don't die again. And he ripped in his previous one. Yeah, playing a hardcore group iron that's a decision. Hardcore RuneScape is spooky.
Yeah, I did like 150 kills of a boss, perfect, not even close to death. I disconnect for 5 seconds, I die.
Yep. Bummer.
There's an escape crystal now, which is good, but it's not
True.
perfect.
Old school has an escape crystal. Yeah, RS3 does not have an escape crystal, but they do have three lives for hardcore, which
That's
is
defeating the purpose.
You kind of need something.
If the game was stable, it would be, but unfortunately,
it truly is. Sometimes you just die because of the server.
Yeah. Yep. Same, but different.
So you're like, I hate King's March for the AFK nature, and then at the same time you're like, I'm AFKing at the gem crab, guys. What's the difference?
It's just, well, when you
have to pay to play one of them. You're paying to AFK.
2,000-3,000 hours grinding. Eventually, it just becomes so nice when you can take a break from doing stuff that's active.
You're taking a break from playing the game by AFKing the game.
You're still gaining progress, but it's less stressful.
Sure. If there was, I would say, just to your point, Jim, even though I know you're taking the piss, I'm going to answer you seriously.
Thank you.
If Settlers was, you clicked on crops and just clicked and cultivated crops and it was just AFK there and your character was there, I'd have no problem with it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you clicked on pumpkin patch.
I hate that as a take. I hate it.
I don't think it's good for the game, but at least that means you're not double dipping on your account's efficacy is what I'm describing. Like it's not happening in the background. That's the main problem I have.
Would you like King's March if it only
miscellanea?
If the timer only ticked forward when you weren't logged in?
I wouldn't like it better, but it would be probably better. Probably better for the
game.
Ticked
forward when you weren't in a zone, like in a map, only like in your hideout.
I know exactly what you're saying. As if it was like this is hideout is lava, positive to that experience. I think these are all just band-aids on something that's just not good ultimately, but that at least makes more sense. I mean, to me, is that as long as it's occurring, first off, the fact that it's occurring when you're logged out is, I think, the most offensive thing.
I think that'd be funny, because then you could log in and have 3 seconds left and be like, fuck, and then have to log out again and wait.
I'm thinking you're gonna have people who are that causes a weird situation where it's like my boats are about to come in 20 minutes. I'm not gonna log out because my boats are about to come in, or people just leaving themselves logged in, or people remoting in from work. Just like the FOMO of that's weird. But if we just removed it,
you say that with me knowing full well that you probably have RuneScape on your phone and you probably AFK on your phone when you're out and about.
There's very multiple games FOMO in old school though.
No.
This is a
but it's not that it is a problem. I think it in Path of Exile is a problem because I just don't think that archetype of how it works in the game is beneficial. Are you only saying
that because you already have so many things that you've got this FOMO for? Like you can't handle another one?
No, it's really just no more than it's something that you have to monitor, and it is doing what you do in a way better in some ways behind the scenes, and you're not working for it, you're not playing for it. Like the ore part, I don't have a problem for because you're killing stuff to get it, and then you're utilizing the resource you're killing, but just like turning everything into gold, into crop, and then into something, or, just turning what would be maps you would have to run yourselves into now maps for something to run behind the scenes that is going to probably, it's just adding experience not experience. So it's adding loot and currency per hour passively to where you didn't really earn it, I guess is the way I describe it. But
I like it in like one of those old Assassin's Creed games where you manage your little guild and you could send them off on missions and they collect resources and stuff. I don't see how that's any different to a ship though, or a mapper. Aside from the fact, I think maybe it's the fact that you can queue up 20 maps in advance and let them run. If it was like a board and you had to click a multiple choice and you pick the best one to send them on at that time, and it's like this will take 6 hours and then you get your reward. Would that be different for you?
There's a lot of things they could do with it that would change my perception of it, but none of them change my perception of how it fits into the game idealistically. You should be getting loot and experience in the ARPG from killing shit.
Mm-hmm.
And if what you're killing isn't giving you one of those two things, I think that's a problem. I mean, I think that your loot and experience should also scale with the difficulty of the thing you're killing. You kill, harder shit, you should get more loot and experience. That's the most fundamental way I could describe it. And getting loot or experience from not playing the game to me feels strange.
That's why barrels and strong boxes are bad.
What happened
so I don't like either of the two things for the same. Well, barrels I like less because strong boxes, at least you're killing something that's being
true. Out of it, sure.
But for a barrel, barrels were gross for really they're really. I mean, even Octavian mentioned on streamers or Mark did, where it's like, the barrels, because it's just it doesn't fill that tactile loop of killing a thing and getting a thing.
If the barrels were full of babies or something, would that make you feel better?
They used to be.
Yes.
You blow up the barrel.
Probably
Worm
not
barrels.
Worm barrels, sure.
Yeah.
Like rat barrels, like the way that the rats work in Heist, where they come out of the vents, 30 of them. If I killed a barrel and 30 rats popped out, and then the rats are dropping loot, I'm now back in. You know what I'm saying? So as long as I'm killing a thing and getting a thing, and then if you want to take it a step further, anytime a build or a mechanic is introduced that totally subverts the power of an objectively powerful build, I have a problem with it as well. If we're just talking big ideology, so Toda for me was the worst league of all time because it broke the fundamentals of how the game operates to a degree. Sanctum was less offensive, but also offensive kind of because
did you not Heist on launch when if they saw you, your alert level went up, or if
no one liked Heist on launch. Heist on launch was a problem just from a common sense perspective. If I saw a guard in a museum and I killed him, why would that make the alert? I've not been caught. I've hid the body. That's not a problem.
The optimal strategy was to circle strafe and not kill anything and wait for the door to open.
That's why it's that's so un-ARPG to me. Is I'm not killing shit and getting shit. So Toda was
design. You're if you're the game design head of PoE1, it's must kill shit to get gold, XP, items. No other way to get those things. Only this.
Gold is a whole other part of it. But yes, I have a problem with gold in general also. But that's a whole other thing altogether. I don't like
open a box. Gotta kill something.
Gold I have a problem with because again, it's to a degree, it's the antithesis of the origin of Path of Exile. Was the idea that the mainline currency was used for crafting. That was one of the big selling points and pitches was the currency you use to trade is also the ones you craft gear, which always adds a floor to the value. It means you're going to be using it not just for currency and to sell, but also to make your items with. So when you grind for gear and grinding your games, you could augment your gear through crafting with currency. That was the main through line of the whole game. Avoiding a mainline currency like a gold or a money or a dollar or whatever was to not fall into that trope and fall into the pitfalls that has. Settlers leans into that, gold leans into that.
I was about to say you don't need gold to buy things, but then I'm oh wait a minute, that's what the whole point of Fastus is.
Mm-hmm. But to be fair, that's
you do need gold to buy things, but it's not like having 100 trillion gold gives you a significant advantage. You can sit there and gamble at one of the vendors, but ignoring settlers for a moment.
It's not like Tujin takes gold.
Having 100 billion gold.
No, I think that
I disagree. I disagree. There's people margin trade on the auction house, and if you have enough gold, you can make such an insane amount of money just flipping one currency to the other.
That's a good point.
There's a lot of stuff you can do with gold on the auction house. You can turn gold directly into currency if you just do small margin trades on random currencies in the auction house. It's a real thing.
So that definitely, I can only speak to things I've heard anecdotally, but I've had friends who have quit leagues basically because they didn't have enough gold to do basic things they want to do. Because this was also the prices of these things have been fixed to a degree, but it's I want to buy 400 ancient orbs. This costs now 2 million gold. And it's I don't have 2 million gold. So I have to go play, 6 hours of Alcon going so I can now spend my money the way I want to is a level of friction that's kind of brutal for some people.
I mean, the normal trade side still exists, but it's you pay a higher rate.
It does, but it's also just what's the point of adding this massive quality of life if you're still going to be forced to go down the back alley. Like, that's a bit strange.
Would you like it if it was like you hit level 90, which is the recommended like soft cap of someone's actually playing the game, and now there's no gold cost for trading?
I definitely don't have an answer for this because there's too many moving parts now. Like, it's too integrated. That's I think if you were to remove gold, it would have had to have happened a while ago at this point. Like, it's too in there because you've got other things where it's like used to reset your atlas tree and your characters. Those rates are totally fucked as far as I'm concerned. Like, they're like, resetting a character could be like whatever 600,000 gold your atlas tree. Like, that's kind of a lot for a lot of people. And then you have the other thing, which is like, is gold set to prevent, like, is it friction for bots? Was that the like maybe the initial intention, or is it just supposed to be like, penny percents or whatever? I don't know. There's a lot to it. Like, also, what determines the cost of gold for trading certain currencies? Is it the categories are in, or is it like the objective power level? Is it something that's dynamic or static? Like, these are all like questions and levers I would probably be looking at frequently.
Hey,
and then also, like, who are you designing it around?
I got a question. How'd you get your username? I love asking people questions when they're drinking. It's my favorite pastime. Also, asking where you get your username from is a good one.
Snapow or Snap?
Either, any. Are they from different places?
I got my username Snap from Halo. When you punch people in the back in Halo, you instantly killed them, right? Like, it was like backstab. And so it was like snapping people's back. That was like my name. And then I put OW at the end because I played Overwatch, unfortunately.
Sorry.
That's it.
Hell yeah. No, you're like the second person to come on here that's been like, it's like Halo. It's Halo related.
It's Halo related.
Yeah.
The formative years of my childhood is playing Halo on the Xbox.
Halo, like 1?
I played Halo 1, 2, and then 3. And then I stopped.
Which one did you like the most?
To the party.
Yeah.
Halo 3. Halo 3 was the GOAT.
Same. That was good. Yeah, that's mine also.
It was the
multiplayer, Forge, all that sort of stuff was
absolutely
so much fun.
What was your Halo, Josis?
I only played Reach. I was late to the party.
I haven't played any of them. High five. I played Infinity. I played multiplayer in Infinity with my friends, and they dunked on me repeatedly because I'd played like 20 years of fucking Halo before that. But yeah.
Oh, I did play Infinite for a few hours.
Nice. One of my friends found that like cursed Halo mod or whatever, and he's like, "There's multiplayer for it." He's like, "It's in the master. Do you have the master?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Okay." And then I got a Steam like pop-up thing. It's like someone bought me he gave me all of the Halo games, and I still haven't played them.
The Master Collection.
Yeah, we played like 20 minutes of cursed Halo.
Yeah, Inferno Plus, I believe, is the guy that did the cursed Halo mod. It's really impressive. Like, he has so many videos showing how he did it. He could basically like work for Bungie.
I'll have to do a playthrough, but I'm scared of the Thanos cutout model. Yep.
Thanos.
I've seen videos of people play like bits of it. There's just like a fucking 700-foot tall Thanos with his cock out that just spawns in your game.
Oh.
So like, I don't. Maybe if there's a safe to stream version of it. Yeah.
Just your game, Jim.
No, I've seen it.
I've never heard of that.
I'm not finding a picture as
Cursed
proof
Halo
to show
is
you,
like,
but that's a thing.
You like throw a grenade and it's a warthog, like that kind of.
That's the mod. There's a version of that with that in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the Thanos one might just be you, man.
You can't gaslight me
maybe
like
you
this.
hallucinated that. You sound crazy, right?
Thanks.
Yeah. Didn't you used to have an aquarium in your room?
What?
No?
What room? When?
The one you're in. I just thought you had an aquarium.
Where?
You used to have an aquarium.
Where?
Like on the desk.
Over here. I've never had an aquarium. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I could have sworn you had an aquarium.
He had shrimp.
Yeah, I got shrimp, but I don't have an aquarium.
Okay.
They're all like congregated under my desk.
Yeah? Yeah, you want to bring down your cam. Why don't you go to shrimp cam right now?
I'll go see if I can find a shrimp. Let me see. You talk amongst yourselves.
I'm looking away.
I cleaned recently, so there shouldn't be any shrimp, but they might be under the crevices if they were hiding really well.
Sorry to cut you guys off. I gotta dip out of here in like a few minutes. I do have to get up tomorrow morning for something.
All
but
good. I'll just see if I can find a
too.
shrimp and show you before you leave. One sec.
Absolutely, we'd love to see that.
There is in fact
Oh
a
my
shrimp
God.
down here. One sec.
This might be rock bottom.
What do you mean?
Finding a
There's
shrimp
so
on the
much further
floor.
down to
There
go.
it is.
Yeah, we're nowhere close to the rock bottom here.
Yeah, it's not like I eat them. Oh, all these legs fell off. One sec.
That could change. Do it for the wine, as they say.
I'm not gonna eat a fucking floor shrimp, mate. A little bit
Content
tiny floor shrimp. Let's see.
What is a floor shrimp for
It's-
the uninitiated?
It's a shrimp that lives in the garden outside, and when it rains, they drown in water, so they like surface like earthworms, and they just crawl into my room when it's raining for shelter, and then because they're not in the ground, they all suffocate and die. So every time it rains, my floor just gets covered in shrimp.
Another
So
strange
interesting.
creature to the list in Australia.
Yeah,
Australia is so different, man.
It's crazy, man.
It's Looney Tunes like continent.
No matter however like bad you feel like you have it, snap in a moment. Just think, I don't live in
Australia.
Yeah. One time I was just farming cells and I looked down. I'm like, why is there a shrimp underneath my computer?
If your league start goes atrocious or you start getting rolled back, just think, look down on the ground and think, yeah.
I'm glad I live in a house without shrimp.
Mm-hmm.
My spider's only like 1 centimeter long instead of 10.
Yeah, one got in here
something.
earlier. It was fucking terrifying.
They recently discovered a bigger one.
There's one over there.
They named it the Big Boy.
Yep, that's
That's
true.
the scientific name.
There's one over there that's about this big. It came into my desk. It landed on my head and then ran down my arm, and I fucking freaked out because it's a giant spider, and I flicked. And when it hit the ground, it made a loud noise. It made a noise loud enough to go like thud, and then it ran off. Fucking terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Was it
Big
a
Boy
huntsman or a
spider.
dangerous one?
It was a huntsman. It was okay.
Okay.
Big Boy spider becomes Australia's largest deadly funnel web after surprise discovery.
Yep.
Funnel web.
The Big Boy.
Yeah.
Big Boy.
I did see a snake when I went in to get a drink as well. Let me see.
Well, is there anything else you want to just say, Snap, before you hop off? I don't think Jim's going to prompt you to give you an outro.
Yeah, you're gonna have to assert your way out.
I'm excited for the patch. I think at the very least we're excited to like test out all new stuff. We obviously have no idea how the patch is going to shake out, but they put like so much new stuff in the patch. I'm really excited just to see how it all shakes out. And I'm excited. I feel like the most recent like interviews and stuff are also super refreshing to hear. Like they're super receptive to like a bunch of community feedback. I think it's great.
It does seem like it's going in the right direction.
Here. Oh yeah.
And they got a dedicated team on PoE1 now. We can no longer meme about 2 games, but now we have a dedicated team. Think about
2 teams, 1 campaign. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's been super fun. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks for being thanks for instantly more or less responding to my offering for you to come on, because most people just ignore me. I'm just kidding. No, I really appreciate it. It's great.
Yeah,
it's
man,
like
hit me up.
Like a professional podcast.
Yeah.
Light, are you going to shout out anything? SSF, YouTube, it's just the same links. I'll just put them all in the description.
Yeah, the only thing that's new is, aside from me just only streaming the weekend, is just I'm working on the Dark West. That's the only thing. So that's our ARPG that's coming out sometime soon. And I can't say more than that legally.
Lighty's making a video game.
Myself, there's a bunch of people. So myself, Sir Gog is also there designing with us. We got Wooly, a bunch of people that are on project. It's a lot of fun. So,
all of Lighty's terrible game design opinions for PoE are coming to you soon in Wild West, or what was it called? Dark West?
The Dark West.
Dark West.
Yeah, we had our IGN trailer that was like a week and a half ago. That was pretty well received. So
nice.
It's looking good.
Are you doing anything with your life, Yosis? This is not meant to be like a shaming thing.
I'm like 80% of the way done with a song, which I would then use in a video, but I want to get the new model done before I do the video, so who knows how long that will be.
Okay, and I'm making a game too, but it's not being paid for, and it's never coming out, and you'll hear about it in 7 years maybe. Okay, that's it. I'm turning it off. Goodbye, everyone.
Nice.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Bye.